Almost ready, my friends. My apologies. Okay, here we go. Alrighty. Sorry about the delay, my friends. Looks like we are close. If I could find my stupid camera. Always happens. Okay, there we go. Try and get that there. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. Hope you find yourself doing well on this Sunday. So, wanted to do this because it might be a while till we'll be able to have another one. So, just to give you all a heads up, Wayne Bush is returning every Saturday for the next 4 weeks. So that'll be on the 12th, the 19th, the 26th, and the 5th. And then I believe Dan and I have from the Overwatch channel, have a tentative date scheduled for Sunday, the 13th. So figured let's have a fun open panel chat, because those next few weeks are going to be pretty hectic. And yeah, so I would like to bring out the panel, and anyone who wants to join is more than welcome. It's pinned in the comments section, as well as located in the description tab. Anyone who's joining for the first time, just to give you a heads up, you do need a registered Zoom account. Can't log in as a guest. And what's the other thing? Oh yeah, please take a look at the brief set of rules in the description, just to make everything run a little smoother for everybody. Okay, so that should be it. Let me bring up our starting panel here. Always something. Where did I put it? Okay, here we go. There they are. Okay, we've got Vince so far, Jimmy, and Deanna. Welcome, my friends. Great to have you on as always. How you doing today?
Hello.
Hey, Vince.
Doing fine.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, brother. Good.
Nice.
Great to have you on.
Another day in the Matrix.
That's right, my friend. That's right. Yeah, we just started, Sebastian. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here.
That's Jimmy, my consigliere. And Deanna, welcome.
Hey, hey.
What'd you say?
Hey, Gina.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey. It's great to have you again. So, where are we going to start? I know, Vince, you were having a discussion right before we came on. I don't know if you want to continue where you left off or start up something new.
Let's start something new. Maybe.
All right.
If you have something in mind.
I'll leave it up to you guys. I mean, I could put up, let's see, I have just on a list of possible topics. Doesn't have to be this, but it could be exit plans, your personal exit plans, the side effects of awakening, like mental health, near-death experiences, sovereignty, the matrix, soul trap, past life regressions, pre-birth memories, astral projection, reincarceration, and more. So, but it's up to you guys. Kind of leave it in your court.
It's very wide.
Well, how about your exit plan? What are you thinking, Vince? Based on everything you've heard so far.
So, for now, I think that I will just do what I want, in the sense that I won't follow anyone. To me, any control system is bullshit, basically. So I am fed up with. I'm an angry guy also. I'm fed up with everything that's happening here, and I hate control freaks and anyone wanting to control me, to tell me do it or do that. I just won't do anything that anyone asks me, and do whatever I want. But I don't know how that works exactly. I have no experience that I can remember, how it happened in the past. So I'm not sure how that works. But if that is simple and being free from the body is makes things way simpler than here, because we are limited here. But outside of the body, I guess it will be easier to do whatever we want. And I have still a doubt in my mind about if we can be forced to do something or not. It seems like not, because they are trying to manipulate us so hard. So to me, it's unlikely that they can force us. But at this point, I just hope, and will do my best to do whatever I want and go out of the astral realm, because it seems like the astral realm is the actual matrix of the whole system. That's where everything is built. Thought forms and stuff like that make up this reality and make things happen here. It's like the program. The program is the astral realm. It seems like.
Yeah, they work in unison. Earth and the astral realm work together. And talk about a dichotomy, right? I mean, it's you have all this crap going on here, but then it's also links there, and it's like this perfect storm.
Yeah. And so if these entities are weaker than us, it will be easy to just give them the finger and just do whatever we want. And I just, to me, it's more like a hope from now on, because I am not 100% certain that it will be easy. And maybe we have some training to do, but what we were talking about with Jimmy just before that was that maybe when we exit the body, it will be way more simpler, because when we are here, it's difficult to concentrate on stuff, and we are limited by the brain and by our whole body limits us. So it makes things very difficult. But maybe when we are out of here, it will be just easy, and maybe we don't even need any training. Like it will be just we think
It'll
about
be natural.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe yes.
All right. Yeah. I think that kind of is the case. Because with a lot of these NDEs, you see how they feel like they're in, it's more real than real. You know, things started coming back to them. Some of those things, once they start interacting with entities, are interference and possible even thought implants initially, which kind of help guide them towards certain directions, like through deceased loved ones or Jesus, yada yada yada, the whole thing, song and dance we've talked about before. So yeah, I think there's quite a bit out there to suggest that, you know, we're able to lock into our true essence. It's just a matter of us not getting distracted or hung up on these distractions, or attachments. Sorry, distractions or attachments. Those are the key things to avoid at all costs, and just have a directive and which is the intention to get out of the matrix. That's always what I'm talking about. So Anything else you wanted to add to your exit strategy, or?
Yeah, I would say to not be deceived by any entity, if there is any that presents to us. It maybe seem quite obvious to many people out here, but we have seen that how manipulative they can be, and they present themselves as our loved ones, or as God, or giant Jeebus, or whatever. So whatever bullshit, and know that we know that these are completely fake.
Yeah.
I would advise to be careful and not blindly believe anyone, basically, that we encounter. And maybe this could be also just our thoughts manifesting. So this could just be not even an entity, but something that we create also. I'm not sure, but that could also be the case. So in any case, these are just like holographic stuff, and taking the form. Conveniently, they take the exact shape that we see our families and in their 30s, and they are so beautiful. And why do they even need to take a form? Like, it sounds really, really red flaggish to me, and yeah, I hope that I won't fall for that, because right now it seems completely obvious. And yeah.
So can I ask you, I mean, it's obviously everyone has to do whatever they want to do, but I'm curious, is your, like, when you let's just say, you're leaving your body right now, and you realize, the body of Vince is deceased. Would your intention kind of immediately be put out there to leave the Matrix completely? Like, are you going to put that out there, or are you going to hang around?
I think so. Maybe if I can just hang around here on Earth and there is no problem, why not? But I would be cautious also about, because I know that there is a matrix system and I need to get out. So I mean, I will be maybe worried about just like, okay, no, I am out. I need to just get the fuck out of here. And most likely I will be like that. And but if I feel great and there is no entity whatsoever bothering me, and I can just visit China or whatever, maybe I will do it for a little while. And
you could do that. Well, I know you've been wanting to try and get astral projection experiences and stuff like that, but wouldn't you think it might be a little risky to go exploring? I mean, even to China, that's kind of still having an attachment to Earth, or and there's pretty much, we're all but guaranteed to run into entities, and especially right when we leave. So just imagine the situation playing out, Vince, where it's like an NDE, where you realize you leave your body, you've died, you're completely aware of that, and then something starts to come towards you. What would you do at that point? Would your immediate intention be to leave the Matrix, or would you just try and shut them down and then maybe go exploring? Say you were faced with that choice, because I know you said if there's no entities, but I could almost guarantee that that's probably going to happen.
I'm not saying that there is no entity. Maybe I will encounter something. When I talked about visiting China, it was just an example, but sure. Not out of attachment, but just by curiosity and stuff like that, like chilling out. But if I encounter something, most likely will depend on what is going on, because if it's like this entity suddenly blocks me and I can't move or something like that, I don't know, but in that case I will try to ignore it if I can do anything. Ignore it and think about something else. But yeah, what you say, it may be a bit risky to stay here, so I think most likely I will just try to figure out how to get out of here as soon as possible. Unless I know for certain that there is no risk and I can just visit. But I don't know. I went out of my body only once in my life here, and it was very brief, so I didn't have the opportunity to visit and do anything. It felt great. Actually, it was not no fear whatsoever. It felt very natural, and so basically, I was in a, we could say, etheric form. Could say, not. I was still here, so in energetic form maybe.
Nice.
But I don't know how that works. But maybe fear also is a big part of the stuff that they want us to have. And I don't see why I would fear exploring. Because if we are all powerful, we have nothing to fear at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and I'd like to maybe even get into your lucid dream you were talking about a little earlier, but let's move over to, I just want to welcome Miles and Michael. I don't think you've been on before. How are you both today? Hi, Miles. You there, Miles? Okay, we can't hear your mic, Miles. Not sure if it's plugged in or not. Michael, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was on 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3.
That's
Whenever that was.
right. Welcome. How are you today?
Oh, good. How are you doing?
Good.
Over the coof?
Yes, it's crazy.
That's good.
Yeah. So, anything you wanted to share today, Daniel? Or Michael?
Oh, either one's fine. Oh,
anything on your mind?
I guess, as far as exiting the grid, what I plan to do.
Sure. That'd be great.
Yeah, well, my plan is now is just get out fast. Not engage anybody, anything. And I guess my biggest concern is that light. I don't want anywhere near that thing because I'm afraid the love bomb is just too powerful. I've never done heroin, but I'm sure it's like that, but even better.
Yeah. It sure seems it's a drug. It's a total drug.
And I wonder if that's why some people, when they're, incarnated as humans again, they get hooked on heroin because that heroin reminds them subconsciously maybe of that. Interesting. Incredible. Well, of course, they call it this wave of unconditional love, like you've never felt before, and a very warm feeling. Yeah, I mean, that's my main goal, is to stay away from that, not get drawn in by that, and that might be the biggest obstacle in my opinion. I will be okay with telling any being that shows up to get lost, or just ignore them and just keep moving, even if it's someone that looks like it's someone I know, that old trick, like a past friend or relative. or pet.
Yeah, anything and everything,
I mean,
basically.
I think I can handle that. I think I've got myself psyched out to handle that, but it's just staying away from that light. Just not even look. Hopefully, just not even looking at it. Probably the more you look at it, the more it's going to draw you in.
Yeah. The less we concentrate or give it energy, I think the better off we'll be. And just immediately shut it down.
I guess your idea of just creating this tube around yourself. I think that's how you described it.
Yeah, just like this, like a chi. I kind of compared it to a chi ball. If you're familiar with that, it's like you're just building this ball of energy. But in the astral, it seems like it seems instant that we can do this. We can. The abilities we have are so much different compared to this meat suit that is just completely
and
powerless.
They don't want you to know that about yourself. They want you to be all discombobulated and probably even perfectly a little afraid, if not a lot afraid. And then they'll just send someone that, oh, look, here's grandma, here's your ex-wife or your wife that passed before you or whatever the case may be, brother.
It'd be funny if they sent the ex-wife. That would work for the fair.
Well, yeah, I guess if you liked your ex-wife, of course they would know that about you, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
wouldn't they? Oh, well, you really liked her. You didn't really want to get divorced from her. She divorced you. Well, she's all good. She's ready to make up now.
Ready to make up right now. You'll have a beautiful life next incarnation.
And that reminds me, I don't know if I told you last time that, I consulted with a medium several months ago, and, she did a reading on me. And she also did I'm taking care of my mother. So my mother wanted to, and she told my mother, well, I see both of your parents, and your dad has his hand on mother's shoulder. Now, and of course, my mom said, well, my mother and father hated each other. They had a horrible marriage. They ended up divorcing. Even in the 50s, when not many people divorced, it was that bad. But it was kind of like, see, they've made up.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, at that time, I wasn't on. Personally, I don't trust most mediums anymore. I probably will never talk to one again because they're a part of the game as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
Unless it's a really sharp medium who is kind of thinks like we do.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, using his or her gift for, help us to learn how to escape. Because most of them, they put you in touch with your departed friends and loved ones, and they're so looking forward to seeing you again, and they look in on you from time to time. They're very interested in what you're doing.
They're always there.
So it's kind of like, it seems like medium, and I'm sure most mediums have no idea that they're being used this way, but it's almost like they're buttering you up and getting you ready. So when you die, you'll know what to do. And then run to mama, run to daddy, run to wife, or whoever the case may be, run to your sister.
Crazy.
But yeah, that's my main thing, is just stay away from that light. Just don't even look at it.
I think I remember you mentioning the medium story last time. Was there anything else interesting that came out of that?
Well, she told me about my group of spirit guides. She said, the first thing she says is, wow, that's a lot of feminine energy. Almost all of your spirit guides are female. Well, that's kind of cool. And I think she said there was about 12 of them. That's standard, right? 12.
Crazy.
But she did give me the identity of my primary. We all allegedly have a primary spirit guide.
Yeah, the big kahuna. That's usually like the teacher, or the ascended master, blah blah blah.
Well, it may not have. It's not necessarily an ascended. No, this is according to her. It's not necessarily an ascended master. It's usually the one that you've had a lot of history with.
Yeah, with the soul group.
Right. and of course, in this case, she said we had been married multiple times.
Sorry, Michael, you're breaking up a little bit, my friend.
Is that better now?
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah. Can you
Okay.
just whatever, like
Yes.
the last 15 seconds, probably 10 seconds.
Yes, she said that my primary spirit guide, of course, was appearing to her in female form, and that we were married multiple times in the past. And the medium even sketched her what she saw. She sketched her in the image she preferred to show, I guess, is what she looked like at the 1700s. Like that. And
Wow.
even gave me her name. I have her name, or that one name anyway. I guess apparently this is supposed to be the marriage where this was our best life together, I guess, in the 1700s.
So
But,
you got a name out of it?
Yeah, I got her name, and she, like I said, she even sketched her. I even have the sketch of what she looks like, or it looked like what she was showing her of it.
How did you feel about that?
Well, at the time, I thought it was pretty cool. Well, that's.
But like, did you feel like did she tell you any information about her? Did you like anything resonate? Did anything feel like?
No.
Like, okay.
No, I have no idea. I've never. The name didn't resonate with me. The sketch didn't resonate with me. So, I mean, it could be complete nonsense for all I know. And I never was married to this being. Or I was, and of course, I just don't remember, because after all, they do wipe your memory.
Yeah.
And I've never had any clairvoyant ability. I've never had any psychic ability. I just have none of that gift at all. I've never astrally projected. So.
Right on.
But anyway, I guess she would be the first one that shows up, I guess.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I didn't say anything else.
Okay. So interesting.
I guess the only one thing I want to share before you get on to someone else, I came across this guy, I guess this past week. Have you heard of Daryl James, Daryl James?
The name does sound familiar.
Well, I mean, his story, I've watched several videos. He seems like he's telling the truth. Now, he may not be, or he may be deluded, but his story is about 20 years ago, he was in the Navy, and he ended up in England, the special base they have in England, which is a combination of American personnel, English personnel, and even mixture of branches, like there was Air Force personnel there, Navy like himself. Well, anyway, this is according to him, this particular base in England is an alien, where aliens are. There's an underground portion of the base. That's where the aliens are. There's reptilians, Greys, Nordics, the whole 9 yards. And what he got recruited, he said he got recruited into the secret space program. Now, I know there is a secret space program, has been probably since the 50s. NASA is what they let us see, which is nonsense, mostly. But anyway, he said they had him sign a contract where he was going to serve 20 years off planet. Then he would come back, but when he came back after 20 years, he would come back to the same time, and then of course they would wipe his memory. He wouldn't remember.
Yeah, those they talk like, what do they call it? The 20 and back thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fascinating. I mean, even if it's complete nonsense, it was fascinating. He said he was at the moon. They have an operation going on there. And of course, it's in the moon, not on the inside. And then in Mars, same thing. And that he was on various ships, including the one that we in quotation marks, have. the United States or NASA. They don't call it NASA. Secret. But anyway, it was a wild ride watching his story. He says basically that as time goes on, he gets more into the 20 years that he served, because technically he's still there, even though he's back. You see what I'm saying? Because he left in 2005. So he's 20 years would be 2025, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they sent him back to the same year in which he left and then wiped his memory. But he says what happens to some, and there's other guys like him that are coming out too. He's not the only one.
Yeah, I'm familiar with I don't remember Daryl's story, but the whole concept of it.
Yeah.
And
as time goes on, as they go through that time, memories start coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he said has happened to him. He's just remembering. And they said this past year I think he started speaking out about a year ago, or this past summer. So his memories are really starting to come back. But anyway, I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there. But it's interesting. He said they went to on the moon, where of course some of us think that's where they have the Between Lives area operation, perhaps, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
I mean, the moon definitely seems to be playing a role in our little matrix grid here.
Yeah, the moon. Yeah, the whole secret space program. I looked into that a lot in 2016. Never really resonated with it. And then
I think it might be misdirection, kind of a mixed direction thing.
Well, I mean, like I used to buy into. That the whole thing, once you start realizing the whole NASA, SpaceX, all these things are complete bull.
Right.
They're not, something's taking off, but they're not going anywhere. I fully believe that we live in an enclosed system, holographic in nature.
You don't think there's people on the space station right now? I'm shocked.
So
no, I agree with you. I don't either. I don't believe there are either.
So then that's the question. That leads to the question about the whole secret space program. I mean, how could where are they going? I don't believe anything really leaves the system. I don't think anything really. I mean, short of maybe some sort of teleport thing.
What he said, how they get to the moon from that base in England, they don't take off on a rocket. It's a portal. They go through a portal.
Mm-hmm.
Like you literally walk through. It's underground. You walk through, and the next thing you know, you're there.
Yeah.
Almost like a Stargate type situation. Yes.
Yeah, the whole secret space program thing has become it's in my opinion, just my opinion, of course, it's like one of these big money grabs. There's a lot of convincing people talking about this. Well, I mean, I never really bought into them, but I found it interesting because when I was looking into it, I was still kind of wrestling with, okay, yeah, NASA and all these other things may be bull, but maybe, yeah, it would make sense that there's some secret space program in the background. But then when you kind of, you realize that, at least I realized that, I bought a Nikon P900 camera and I started filming the moon like crazy, filming stars, filming so-called planets. And all I had to do was think to myself, okay, I have a $500 camera with a 80 some odd times zoom. And I'm able to zoom right into moon craters. I'm able to zoom into stars that are supposedly 55 light years away or however many light years away. And then everything kind of just falls apart. There's even some footage of some, I guess, amateur rockets, we can call them, or kind of, it's been a while since I looked at them, or it could have been like these high altitude balloons. And it does look like something hits something like a firmament. you know? So
yeah, I've watched those too.
so I mean, everything
Yeah, there's
about space just falls apart. I mean, there's just really, I don't think there's really anything there. So it's, I don't know.
Some people do believe the moon is inside of our firmament. Of course, it's not nearly as far away as they tell us.
No, it's really
So
close.
it could conceivably be people going to, if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's
There's no way I can prove this guy's telling the truth or not, or he could be. He may believe he's telling the truth, but just been completely mind fucked. You know,
mm-hmm.
He was in the Navy after all, and Navy. Out of all of the branches of the military, the Navy is the favorite one for intelligence.
Yeah, Navy intelligence. Yeah,
naval intelligence is the most important of all the military branches. They work closely with NSA and CIA.
For sure.
So there's always that. There's always that to consider with anybody who's been in the Navy.
Sure. And it could just be that they're hired. It's that's possible. It's also possible they're hired to run a psyop too.
Yeah, well, he could be a willing participant in the psyop himself, or he's been, mind effed, and he really believes that everything that he say happened.
Yeah, could be convinced. Yeah,
it could be either one of those scenarios.
For sure. Great, Michael.
But anyway, I'm sure there's other people got stuff to say.
Yeah, it's great talking to you. Hang in there. We'll circle back around and have a kind of back and forth between you guys, everybody here. Deanna, how are you? Welcome. It's good to have you with us again.
Hey.
Hey.
So I've got some ideas about the whole exit, but I have one concern. So I'm glad we're having this chat tonight, because the kids and I, we were creating our own world, right? Our own place. And that's great and everything and fun and an awesome exercise in visualization. But we logically, and we can only go with our logic here, logically, we don't know if that's real, if we're really doing anything with that. And we don't know if they could easily create a fake one, just like you're imagining inside the Matrix, right? So I'm concerned about that plan for that reason. What do you think?
I'm sorry. Maybe I missed something, or I was kind of doing something on the side with the streaming software. Do you mind just repeating it? Sorry.
Yeah. It's the whole, the idea of creating your own kind of place that you would go to, your own oasis or your own reality or your own world. And I was going to go on that stream of thought, but I'm concerned that it's too easy to manipulate that, right? So they could get the download of what I've created in my mind and just create it for me inside the Matrix.
Yep. No, I agree.
Oh, no. And no, I'm not.
Yeah. No, I have no plans to do that. I know there's a few people out there who've talked about how they're creating their reality now. And I don't think that's a really good idea for the exact reason you just said. We cannot forget that even though we have this fiery intention, it's not going to change, but we do go to sleep at night and we don't know what the hell's going on, weird crap we may be agreeing to that we're not even aware of. And then we wake up the next day and back to building my reality. But there's just too many unknowns there. It's too weird. Just, when you leave, all I'm going to do is just throw I'm going to put up my shield. Nothing's going to mess with me. I'm going to cast anything away that may be in my line of sight or anywhere in my 360-degree vision, I guess. And then I'm going to essentially set my intention to teleport to my own void realm. My void realm will consist of just darkness, just being blank. And then, you know, I'll start maybe adding a little bit of things, just maybe a little grass or just something. Nothing overly distractive, nothing intense, nothing that's going to take me away from me. Because I think the key thing in the moment when we get there is just to get those memories back, just to allow ourselves to chill and realize where our strengths and weaknesses are and how we can best, you know, how we can best take care of ourselves and not be prone to manipulation. I mean, there's so much, we can't even imagine where all this is going to go. You know, it's just...
Well, they're on our ass, right? Like
right away. Right away.
So what's interesting is, of course, we're hearing about the game that they're playing on the unaware. So I'm very curious what they will play on those of us who are more aware, right?
They may not.
Maybe, or like what? Yeah, maybe not. Or will we get the, you know, fire and brimstone dark? They aren't going to cloak themselves, because I would admit that would be a little shaky for me at first, right? Like, I just died and now I'm staring at a demon. Awesome. Awesome. But my plan is just turn away. If there's a being or entity anywhere near me, not look at it. I'm not looking at it. I will look down, away, because I don't want to be tricked.
Also, cast it away too.
Yeah. And I'm not looking at it, so I don't want to get a sense of what it is, or, you know what I mean? Like, if it's my beloved cat that I haven't seen in 10 years, get thee behind me, you know, so.
Yeah, no, I just think if you look at these astral projection cases, even the case last night of, I forgot her name. Anyways, whoever Nicole. Yeah. You see right in the beginning how her thought was, she was worried about, I think, her husband or children and something like that, and she wanted to see where they are, and she was like, oh, they're in the waiting room. She knew they were in the waiting room or something along those lines, and then boom, she just went there. She was just there, but that's because that was the intention in her heart. You know, that was something she wanted with everything. And in the astral projection cases, we see a lot, and the psychedelic breakthrough trip reports, we see how if someone's in a situation and they want it changed, they can do it. But it's got to come from a place of intention. So we can rid these entities. I've seen astral projection and breakthrough trip reports where they'll see something like a demon, something they don't like, and they will imagine changing it into like a pony or a dog, or, you know what I'm saying? They'll switch it so it's more innocent and not threatening. And, you know, if they can't be cast away, if they are an entity with an actual spirit, an actual being, or perhaps not even, maybe some sort of mechanism or like computer program, and maybe you can't send them away because, you know, again, where we land right when we leave here is still in the matrix. So we need to, you know, so instead of it looking like a demon, just change the way it looks. But, you know, as far as it chirping in your ear, not allowed. None of that stuff. Just immediately cast it away.
Well, and to your point, that's a great point you made about how quickly she was where she thought, where she, you know, where she intended, or where she put her focus. I can tell you my one NDE that I recall, I moved so fast. It was so fast. It was unbelievable. Literally, all I did was look. I was traveling. I was using the stars, and I would just look at it, be at it, look at it, be at it, look at it, be at it. I mean, bam, 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 bam. It was so fast. And whatever thing was on my tail right when I got out did not stick with me. As I went on, at some point, it wasn't there. So I don't know, man. I mean, for those of us that really have the ability to consciously create, I don't think that every being here does. I think for us, it can be like that when we get out.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to know it. And we got to make sure that we get our bearings before they're up on us.
Yeah. Yep. Just shut it down right away. Put that veil of protect, just like they throw that damn veil of forgetfulness over us, put a veil of protection that cannot be infiltrated. Nothing can enter it. It could just even be a shield of darkness. You know, even think of it that way. So yeah, you may still be in the matrix, but put a shield of darkness, or like a silver, something where you can't see out. And then boom, just put actually, I kind of just thinking about this now, it might actually be a good way to go to kind of shield ourselves from seeing the visual aspects of things, you know?
Well, and what's interesting, I would think this could absolutely be within the realm of possibility. I know that we have our side eye out for one remote viewing group in particular, but they talked about, at some point, one of them talked about a machine technology that exists that detects a conscious life force wandering about. So that would make sense. That would seem really, really possible, that we're just going to have, there's a lot of potential ways that they can detect where we're moving about in there, possibly.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, Laura's having some trouble getting in, just trying to help her. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, just kind of that what we're just talking about with the visual shield. So you can have a shield that not only protects you, you can also have a shield that would cloak you, and you put the intention in that shield to also apply it so there can be no telepathic communication, which something I brought up in the past. But you can it's an all-in-one type of thing, you know.
Ooh, I like that. So they can't get their
nothing
sneaky, creepy little thoughts to you.
Yep, shut it all down.
I like that.
So yeah, it's always a little bit of evolving with this stuff. That's why I've never put my video on how to exit the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, because I know I would just add a little bit here. I mean, the base idea is never going to change. It's sovereignty, liberation, exiting the Matrix through intention, putting up a shield. But it's little things like this, you know, keeping the visual aspect of things out, and the telepathic thing. So, and then the whole reality creation, blah, 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 blah. But it's pretty much set. It's, for me, it's just really not going to ever change. It's really, might be a few tweaks here and there, but.
You know what would be cool? And I don't know if this would be possible, but what would be way cool is if somebody who is a really good skilled astral projector. I'm not. The one time it happened, it was a complete accident. I didn't even know what that was yet. I've tried, and I'll just lay there for 3 hours, like nothing up. So for somebody who is, it would be really interesting if they had the intent to go see the light, the tunnel, just go to that location of the Matrix and just peer in. I've heard people say they've done it and talk about it.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool to get somebody from the inside.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't it? Like, just intend to go check it out. Like, I'm going to go to Disney World. I'm going to go to the Soul Trap.
Going to SeaWorld.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like that's kind of always it's interesting because we had, forgive me, I know I'm gonna butcher it, but let me just look it up so I don't offend him. Hold on. We had okay. We had Zona come on last night I know last night's stream was kind of
Zona
long.
awesome. Yeah,
but-
Zona was great.
Yeah. And he's got astral projection experience. Even apparently, I think he said he was friends, or his group is friends with a Monroe Institute practitioner. And supposedly the group he has is 500 people of astral projectors, if I recall correctly, which is huge.
That's awesome.
And he's in the know about the soul trap. And he started describing some of it, but it was just such a long stream. I had to cut some of it off at the end. But I'll probably make a clip of what was said in the Zoom meeting after. But he described it in short, like it had tubes and I don't know, I think it was spinning and kind of like a funnel, which is. The funnel shape is kind of something that's come up before. The tubes I've heard a little bit, but it was interesting to hear it from someone who astral projected. And, I think he said he had 14 or 15 or 13 years of experience, something along those lines.
Wow, that's what I would do. I would go straight to the soul trap.
Yeah.
In fact, I tried for 3 hours today to go there. Didn't happen.
You know what concerns me? Like, I want to do that too, but you know what concerns me? What if they, think about this, what if your death time was when you were exploring then? That's the only thing that's ever concerned the hell out of me about doing that. It's not, not like I don't want to explore, but.
Interesting. You mean like, it just so happened that your death time coincided with when you were there?
Yeah. Or what if they're even able to set it up that way? I mean, it seems like death dates are pretty set in stone. I think, I get that feeling, but still, I don't put anything past these motherfuckers or any agreements that we made that we're not even aware of.
Right. Well, don't you think whenever, like if there's a young person that was in good health, and they just die in their sleep, I always think something happened in the afterlife. Something happened.
Something's up.
Yeah. Or they just were like, hey, I'm not coming back.
Yeah. In a dream. Okay. I can leave now.
Right.
Found my out.
Yeah. I don't know. She's really super new agey, but she, I don't know. It seems a little far-fetched now based on what I know. Maybe not. But Erin Pavlina has a book out there about, she astral travels and has since she was in high school. Lots of cool and crazy stories. And she talks about the cord. I don't know if I hear people talk about that quite so much.
Yeah.
But she said that one group of people that she would say astral traveling is not recommended for is anybody who's suicidal, because she thinks that that you could go and not come back. That could be possible.
Yeah, no, and the thing is about the cord, I've really evolved on this because my astral projection experience is limited. I don't even call myself a novice. It's pathetic. I mean, I've gotten out of body, but and I had some really awesome experiences a few times, but it's sad. It's pathetic.
They put the kibosh on that. They were like, nope, this one, keep him in.
Yeah.
Did you see a cord or any? I had no cord.
I didn't. And a lot of people, it's mixed. Some people say they have it. Some people say they don't. I don't. I think it's almost like a subconscious protector for some people, or who knows what the reason is for why it appears for some and not the other. The only interesting thing that I started to think about it, and I was like, well, maybe, I thought about, cutting the cord And then I started doing some searches for astral projection and, putting in the keywords, cutting cord, cutting silver cord, blah, 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 all that stuff, cutting the string. People describe it differently, but it's usually the cord. And there was one case that I ran across that was really interesting. It was a woman who said she had left her body and had the cord the whole time, and she wanted to sever the cord. And she said she knew in her head that if she cut it, she would basically, die in the physical.
Yeah.
Or move on. But she did it, and as soon as she did it, she was sent right back down to her body violently. And then she had migraines for the next half hour. So,
she got in trouble?
Nah, I mean, so, make of it what you will, but it was a really interesting account.
Wow.
You think that something or someone put her back into the body? Or maybe it's just automatic mechanism?
It's tough to really say, Vince, because when the way she was describing it, I wish I saved it. The way I felt she described it, she said she knew that if she cut the cord, she would die. Who knows if the moment when she's doing that, like there's some hesitation, because we see these weird little hesitant moments in NDE'S, and things can change, or they can be slammed down back to their body with just like a turn of the astral head, so to say, or just even the mere thought of a family member down on Earth, and just boom, they're just smashed right down back into their body. So it's really difficult to say anything when you don't know the mindset of the experiencer in that exact moment, because that really is the whole ball game, because it's up to the person. Or perhaps she maybe thought that could happen. Maybe she didn't even believe it. I mean, there's so many scenarios you can throw out there that, just make it impossible to know how it could play out and why she was sent back down to her body. I don't know. I mean, it's just weird that, there's this, that some have it, some don't. And the whole thing is just odd. Yeah.
It almost, from the way you described it, it almost sounds like the silver cord itself is conscious. Like it did it, maybe, I don't know, but it sounds like that, almost like it is a conscious stuff that protects you in a way from committing suicide, I would say, in the astral. It's very strange. I never heard of that before.
Yeah, and it's interesting how it exists with some people, but not in others. So what the hell is that all about?
Because I don't know, but there is a difference between etheric astral projection and out of body experience, where you are in a etheric form on Earth, but you are not in the astral realm. So maybe there is a silver cord in one of the. Maybe there is a silver cord in ODYSEE,
certain realms,
not in astral,
certain
only
experience.
one of them.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries. So, but I don't know. Maybe that could be one of the reasons. It would be interesting to see if the silver cord appears always in the one of the cases, or maybe some have it and some don't.
Yeah, that would be an interesting breakdown if we were able to see what the factors, the environment, the situation, the type of experience was. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how that would play out, and if we can kind of zone in like on a data point to show a pattern or something.
Yeah, in all the websites and all the YouTube channels and everywhere, they all talk about the silver cord. And they are pretty much all on the same page regarding that. So it's implied that we all have this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know at all if that's the case, but it seems like they all agree that we have this silver cord, and maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. I wanted to welcome Andred to the channel. Thank you for your patience, my friend. Welcome. Good to have you with us. How you doing tonight?
Hey, great. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to join.
Sure.
I've listened to the channel for I don't know, a couple months now, and so I always enjoy the discussions, and I've often wanted to pipe in, so to be able to do that's really cool.
Great.
I'm a little bit about me. I don't know, that sounds kind of lame, but I'm a 41-year-old dude in the U.S., and I've been researching a lot of this stuff for a long time, and it's really interesting. But this particular theory I heard about on Reddit recently, and I think it's like Glitch in the Matrix or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fascinating perspective, and it, when you overlay it on top of different perspectives, it does, I think, line up in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I'm not 100% on board, as in like I don't. It's an interesting thing because it is a severe thing and a serious thing, and I find it's just funny to me that in this culture we don't really discuss this much. We don't talk about, especially in our Western culture, we don't talk about death.
Yeah.
We don't talk about spiritual things.
Super hyper materialistic society leads to all that stuff being cut off.
Right, and it's so ubiquitous throughout other cultures. And I when I was in high school, I think a lot of my thoughts are formed by reading this books by this guy Daniel Quinn. He wrote Ishmael, and he talked about the way that we are. He called it the mother culture, and it kind of envelops all these other cultures. And an analogy is there's a guy on a bike, and it's got wings on it, and he's diving off a cliff, and he's pedaling with his bike, and the wings are flapping, and it looks like they're flying. But the thing is, all the other cultures, all the other people below can see that he's clearly falling to his doom, and he's judging everybody else while he's falling to the ground. And I think that's kind of, where we're headed in a way. And it's like, I don't mean that in a political way or a spiritual way, but it's just this sense that we're coming to something, kind of like Terence McKenna said, like novelty theory, we're all coalescing to some event maybe. And it's like, sometimes I think the event maybe is kind of the beginning, the start of everything too, and more of a cyclic thing. And so it's just interesting. It's just fascinating, and I'm happy to be alive in this time. I think it's awesome. It's like, and that's what makes me still wonder about the perspective, the validity of it. Perhaps is like, by saying that what we're in is not good. I think that also has a kind of an inherent like judgment that we kind of know what would be better. And I'm not quite ready to say that. I mean, and then, there's the problem of evil. And I don't know. I think a strong argument for the soul trap theory is the idea of like, imagine you hear the NDE'S and they're talking to these beings, right? And then they're saying like, so your next life is going to be rough. You're going to have to see some difficult times, but it's for your growth. But what about the discussion with like the 3-year-old girl that was raped by a stranger and murdered? Like, where did that come from? You know what I mean? Like that one, I don't know. It seems crazy. Is that something that could happen to like a Hitler maybe? But what about the parents?
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
it's
Like,
yeah.
it's just so,
It's a tough one. The
yeah.
only thing I'll add there, just really quickly, is
I don't want to monologue. So
no. It's great that you're dropping in on it. The only thing I'll just say is the past life regressions and the pre-birth memories kind of point towards some sort of karmic bullshit where, you know, the person did something in their past life, and so the Matrix says, hey, you know, now it's your turn for retribution. I mean, it's sick, but you know, make of it what you will. That's where it seems to lead.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting perspective. Just it's hard to say exactly where I fall, but I think it's just you know, as things are accelerating, changing so fast, and there's so much uncertainty, what's helping me is to think of foundational principles that go as deep as possible. And some of those are like you know, the love for truth, the value of love itself, and that's kind of I think a good orientation. So and I do find a lot of comfort, I guess, in trying to detach from the matrix, if you will, like kind of sitting back and trying to laugh at it and not take it so seriously.
So important.
Because, you know, I spent a lot of time living with fear and living with guilt and just heavy negative emotion, and kind of being encouraged to not even address that. And I think within the framework of this theory, it would be like a good way to provide a kind of energy source for other entities, or I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that if, you know, the whole feeding frenzy, which I strongly think is what's going on, and they prefer the negative side of things. But it does apply to love. It does apply to all various forms of frequency that the human body emits and the chakra systems. You know, it's
well, I don't mean like, I think you might be thinking of the idea of like love as in attachment love,
or just a love frequency in general, just the emotional, almost like a frequency emission that just could be like it's endorphin driven for us, hormonal. It has its own specific frequency of we can call it loosh, I guess.
You can see. I don't know. I haven't been convinced. I haven't seen enough things that point to that for myself, because it seems like, at least from what I think now, it's like there's the different high, like vibrational levels, right? And then the negative entities are in the lower ends, I've heard. But and so if that's the case, I think wouldn't love be an aspect that goes above the lower parts where they can reside? It seems like an energy that would repel anything negative. You know, the highest form of love, because, you know, I mean, it's like, well, if that doesn't exist, then, you know, is there nothing positive? And that's, I think that kind of mentality it doesn't propagate anything positive itself.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, it's not the kind of the way I've described it on the channel is there. We all still live here. We all still exist in the day-to-day life, and should be happy. We should enjoy that day-to-day life. Just because we're aware or, starting to consider the possibility that, you know, this matrix reincarnation soul trap thing may have some merit, doesn't mean that life shouldn't be enjoyed. It's just a matter of kind of finding that balance. Like, for instance, I have a girlfriend, you know, I have a dog, you know, I care and love them dearly, but, you know, it's just when the time comes down the road, that's a different story. That's when I will detach for my own well-being. But until that time comes, I'm going to try and keep my life as balanced as possible. It's just about kind of being aware of, yes, okay, or maybe in your case, this thing is going on that is parasitic and that, you know, it's a con job. And that just finding that balance is really what it's all about.
Do you think that this falls in line with kind of the Buddhist perspective of detachment, of not letting the events take away or identify too much with the character that you are?
Absolutely. Yeah. I almost became a Zen Buddhist monk, and it because this type of this type of conversation we're having with that is what kind of pulled me in. It's kind of just I kind of equate it to walking the tightrope, but not getting, just keeping that balance as best you can in your day to day.
Interesting. Yeah, that I think that perspective it helps a lot, and I became spiritual or woke up, we could say, when I was 20, and I mean that was a long time ago, and it was because somebody prayed for me, and that opened my eyes to an existence that's I wasn't aware of. I was just kind of like living like an animal would, without any eyes. Just got close to the higher truths or realities. But I still have I think foundational principles connected with the teachings of Jesus. And I love the teachings of Jesus. And I just started listening to Ram Dass for the first time. I've heard about him for a long time, but his interpretation of the teachings of Jesus really resonates with me. And I don't know. I just wanted to share that. I feel like I've just been embracing that perspective, and it's just made me feel a lot lighter and a lot better.
Cool. Yeah, I went down the Ram Dass rabbit hole for a while, and he has some really great stuff out there, and was a very interesting man. I don't know. Do you want me to really tell you some of what I found?
I was in a cult, so okay. I love when people are saying, "Hey, look out for this guy."
Well, I mean, as soon
as I say, like, this is my guru, nobody's my guru.
That's right. You're your own guru, my friend.
FC, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have a question. Who did you guys say? Because I can't go back I'm on Zoom now and I can't go back.
Ram Dass, RAMDASS, I think it is, or
just
I think what I've noticed more than anything too, coming across this information and finding out about NDE'S and finding about how we're like, conned into coming back here, and it feels so, it hurts your heart to think we thought we had a freaking reason to be here. And so my biggest thing is, I do believe, or I like to, my knowingness within my body just tells me we have a purpose. Yes, whether or not we got sent back here against our will and got mind wiped, I have something in me that tells me, as crazy as it sounds, because of all the stuff we are watching, like right now in this current reality, in this insane breakdown of reality, we are actually potentially here for a reason. Maybe the ones that are discussing the fact that we are awake or aware of this situation, because we see so many people that do not see what we see, and it breaks our hearts and it makes us feel like we're insane at times. Like, how do we rationalize that in our hearts, in our souls, in our day-to-day lives? How do we go about like just functioning as a human being or whatever we are on wherever we are in this realm at this time, like the only way that I can truly come to terms with, yes, whether or not we've been sent back here or, you know, we did die and come back. And like I said to you earlier on the call today, like, I think, you know, maybe we die multiple times in one lifetime and experience parallel realities. But my point is, we have, as human beings or as just entities on this planet, we have to feel like we have a reason that we're here, or why are we here? You know what I mean? Like, it breaks us. Like, it's like the episode of when whatever the episode was, In the Right Place, when there was the dot on the eye and it broke him. It broke Chani, what, I can't think of his name. Whatever. I'm just saying, like, that it will break our souls, our minds, our hearts, our bodies to think that the only reason we're here is because we got sent back here because we didn't realize we were being sent into a trap. So, like, we have to believe there is some purpose for us to be here and right now, because what else, god darn good reason is it for us to be going through the suffering that we are allowing or seeing and experiencing? And I know others, some feel it more than others. I understand that it's not as awful for some. I understand that it has not affected some as it has others, but for the majority, what I feel like, you know, everyone wants to just pawn off to a political thing or a world stage. I think it's so much bigger than that, and that our souls and our minds and our bodies and our personality and like who we are and what we truly are is so much bigger than any of that scripted stuff that we're watching that can totally be decoded in a sense. I'm just curious, like, don't you think, or don't you believe that, like, we are not just this, obviously we're not just this body in this one lifetime, but don't you think this one lifetime that we're actually in is super important, and we could potentially be like the Avengers or the people who come in and like freaking save the world from mass destruction? And FC, I want your true response on this, like, in the sense that, and I know you've said this in many videos, and I don't watch them because I have the attention span of a goldfish or a squirrel. Like, I suck at paying attention.
Well, my videos are
long.
ridiculously long, so I don't fault anyone for that. If you're going to listen to anything, listen to the NDE. Just refer to the timestamps, and
I do,
you
and
know,
I
ignore
appreciate
the
your
rest.
timestamps more than you know. Like, your timestamps are golden. Like, they are so fabulously appreciated. I'm saying, like, don't you feel like, in order for us to be on the planet or the realm or wherever we are at this current moment in time, there has to be something bigger than like 5 years ago? You know what I mean? Something bigger than prior to the whole COVID thing. Like, it is something that we can't really understand as a collective when we're too busy being pulled in 76 different directions on it's because of it's political, or it's because it's about money, or it's about power, and it's about this and that. And don't you ever feel like it really has to come down to our consciousness and our attention, and like the words they use, like pay attention, and you know, we're almost like currency in a system where we worry more than anything about currency. And I'm so sorry if I came in this conversation and just brought some weird stuff in, because I didn't get to hear the beginning part of the stream, but I was able to finally get on the Zoom. I guess my point is, I feel like we have to have some hope in ourselves, or some belief in, or knowingness that we are here for a bigger plan than just we're trapped. You know, doesn't it seem like it can't just be that we're just trapped here? Can it be bigger because of the stuff that's going on?
Well, like, can I give? I don't.
Go for it.
I just want to give a quick take or a thought on it. Like,
Sure.
If this theory is true, then an analogy could be like a slaughterhouse, right?
Right.
Like there's the ending, they're feeding off, they're milking us, and then they're going to get our meat. And that's just how it is probably to them, right? Like same way that we look at the cows. So if we realize that we're cows, or it's probably more like there's elevated cows that have the option to go back into the thing, into the slaughterhouse. And maybe somebody types in here, is the desire to want to help, or that role, is that part of the trap? Well, if it's up to you, if you know the situation and you willingly go back, then you are kind of emulating Christ in a way, right? He came here and went to show us that it's not that hard, maybe, like you can deal with it. It's crazy, but like, maybe to set an example, like we can maybe help the other cows like realize the situation and escape it.
Absolutely. But don't you also at the same time feel like they, like every story, everything that was really truly pure and golden has been infiltrated, especially the Christ story. Like Jesus came here because we're all a bunch of sinners and he died for our sins and God gave his only son. Like, come on.
But there's still
it's twisted.
just,
it's like everything else that happens. I mean, that's my perspective, because even like, let's say hypothetically, this meeting is the genesis of some thought or idea that spreads, right? This could become it, like in the future, considered a religion. So that's why I don't think it's advantageous to quickly dismiss something as this kind of arbitrary grouping that we have now.
So I would not like to dismiss anything as any arbitrary thing, because what has happened in this world, like you said, like how many different religions are there? There's like over like 200 or 300 now at this point. So we have to question the motive behind the religion, and we have to understand that a lot of it has to do with control.
Yes.
And so we are being controlled no matter what we believe. So we have this idea that we're free in a society to make choices, to vote for some shitty dudes that nobody even would have picked in the first place. And like, oh, those are our only two options. Come on. Like I'm saying, we're being shown a circus of junk, and we're being given like this show of that we actually have a choice, when none of the candidates are even any human being on this planet that has common sense or cares about themselves or the future of their grandchildren, children, or whomever else.
Well, they're mostly
Even.
psychopaths.
Right. It's basically psychopaths. So, or senile, or are they even alive, or are they clones? And I know that part, that's where it gets stupid, because that's what we've come down to, because they're so ridiculous. We have to question if they're even alive or real, or
they lack empathy and compassion, which are core elements of the human experience.
Humanity.
If you lack compassion and empathy, and you're in a position of power, you're not going to care what happens to people like us.
Either the higher Charles Schwab's, or
Charles Anal Schwab.
Exactly. Those higher ups of the of the actual potential world order or whatever is happening, like we have to, so on a I know we're talking about like people when they pass and what happens, but I feel like it's being controlled from the highest level, and that is why I'm addressing it. I'm not saying it because I think, when we pass away, they don't have any power over us. I believe, look at all of these movie stars and all of these actors and all of these people that have similar body doubles or similar characters that look just like them, and like 20 years later. And they're all just playing a role, just like we are. And I feel like we're in a rat race that isn't necessary. I feel like we're living a life where we're just being energy to a higher source, and we got trapped here doing that. Like, I don't think this is always how it was. Look at the old world architecture and all of the things that were beautiful of the world prior to us living here now, and they're building homes that are ugly and awful and all the same. Like, something happened somewhere. We got hijacked somewhere. Somebody stopped us from seeing the beauty in the world and wanted us to suffer. I feel like we're being tortured. And also, I know I shouldn't say like these things, but there's no one around that's going to tell me to shut up except for you all. And I just think if we don't speak our mind on what we feel like is happening, and all we know is what we feel, and all we know is what we see, other than like, we can be told a million different things online and either believe it or not. And we can be, we can buy into it or not, but that is our attention in that sense of paying attention or buying into a theory. And I think when we let go of all of the electronics, even like 2001 Space Odyssey, like think about that. Like, what were those apes doing? They went ape shit literally over the monolith. Like, what do we do with our phones all day, every day? We stare into these black screens, these mirrors, these whatever they are. So like, how much power are we giving away to something that we don't even understand? And we're not even looking into ourselves and understanding our own power.
Well, I think the point of here is that we're doing just that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And what it goes back to too also is like when we were talking about like the things that they've banned in nature that are naturally occurring, that is the ultimate source of our truth and our reality. And they've wanted us to look to something that is prophesized or profiteered, whatever. What is the word?
Prophesized sounds great.
Yeah, whatever, like all the pharmacies and all the pharmaceuticals. And they're like, hey, you got to do this. And then it's sponsored by all of the big name companies that we're all like totally questioning. So I guess, I'm sorry, I always go on this all darn rant.
It's all right. It's all right. Okay, so what we're going to do, my friends, is we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then I want to head back to Endred about Ramdas, and then actually Jimmy wanted to jump in too. So what we'll do is when we come back, we'll have Jimmy wanted to make a quick point, and then we'll talk about Ramdas, and then we'll move forward. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Take a stretch break, and if you can, everyone on the panel, please mute your microphone. Thank you.
And thanks everyone for listening. And I apologize for my rant.
No need to apologize.
Don't apologize.
I thought you brought up a lot of awesome stuff.
Please don't apologize.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that. It's just I feel like I have this problem where I just
this is stuff that's
where do we ever get a chance to ever say what we think or feel? We don't, because it's all stopped. Yep, done, stopping. Game over. Bye.
Alrighty, my friends. Thank you for your patience. Very much appreciated. So, we are going to jump back on the panel. We're going to start with Jimmy, our good friend Jimmy.
Hello,
hey,
hello.
Brother. Sorry about the delay there.
Oh, it's
All right.
okay.
So, what did you want to jump in and say, my friend?
I just wanted to say that I think the only real reason and purpose for us to be here is to just experience this experience until we had enough. We can't be a savior or whatever. We can only help those who are receptive in any way we can, and that's it.
Yeah,
just that.
Completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah, it's all about reaching out to those who, like you said, are receptive, who have that natural instinct to seek answers and ask questions.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have put a lot of time thinking about this, and I still do. I still thinking about all this, and I mean, I can't really help all of these people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just the way it is here because of all of this duality and in general. I mean, we can't really be saviors or something like that. So, of course, everyone as an individual has their own individual path and instinct or everything. I mean, to navigate and to continue on their own path, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well said. Well said. Anything else you wanted to add, Jimmy?
No, I don't have anything else to add right now.
I love it. Love it. Totally on board with you, my friend. Okay, so let's head back over to Endred. Okay. So with Ramdas, there's a little bit of a rabbit hole behind there. Essentially, Ramdas went to Harvard, okay, and came out of there, turned spiritual guru. He was friends with Dr. Timothy Leary, which, you know, he's big LSD pusher. Both of them got tremendous press and were part of the tune in, drop out culture. The counterculture, which was clearly by design. If you look at music in general, especially before the millennium, but even a little bit after that, what you'll see is music had these 10-year cycles. So you had, the jazz era, you had the classic rock era, you had the funk era, or you had R&B, you had rap, all this stuff. And then you, like, when we kind of crossed over 2000, you started to have EDM, electronic music, and it just, these condensed areas that the system rolls out for us to chomp on. And so, in my very strong opinion, Ram Dass was part of that, as were bands like the Beatles, the Doors, the Eagles. I mean, it was just kind of that time period where these things, just one moment, sorry. It was that time period where a lot of things were going on. You can also take a look at what was it? So I remember Larry was an interesting one, because I fell into the trap of Larry when I was a young teen. I remember going on his website in the late 90s, and Larry and Ram Dass keep crossing. And again, these are spiritual gurus or drug influencers that are put onto the scene for a reason, to get us to kind of be distracted, like everything else. It's a simple box that they're hoping society will flow into, like any other guru. And even though Ram Dass has a lot of great teachings, and I'll, admit that, but he, when you find out his links, I mean, almost everyone that comes out of Harvard, Yale, it's just, go ahead.
So going to Harvard or Yale, what does that exactly mean? I don't know. You kind of lost me on that point.
Okay, sure. They're basically a lot of, if you start to look at a lot of the politicians, a lot of the movers and shakers, corporations, a lot of them come out of places like Harvard, Yale. I mean, and in our, common sense logic, we would say, yeah, well, it's Harvard. What do you expect? But, there's secret societies linked to these things. There's a whole vast array of different things going on. They can end up preachers, all sorts of stuff. So Ram Dass, and the way I see it, was tapped on the shoulder by the intelligence agencies to go and play guru to the counterculture. He ended up pulling a big following, got all this media attention, tons and tons of media attention. And we know the media has been controlled for well before anything with the counter, before the counterculture even became into existence. So why is Ram Dass getting promoted within the system? Why is he so blessed? Who kisses the ring of Ram Dass? Or what does Ram Dass do to kiss the ring of someone else to get such gracious media coverage?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you continue this channel the way that you are,
mm-hmm.
and let's say that you get 100 times the following you have, and you really blow up, and you reach a lot of people with this message that you have, that same logic that you use on him
Can be applied to me.
could be applied at how could that, who blessed FC's hand? I mean, YouTube is owned by Google.
Mm-hmm. True. Very true. I don't know if I see that
I hear what you're
happening,
saying.
but
I think that for me, there's merit in skepticism, but I think we open ourselves up to, harming our credibility if we make an assertion with so much certainty. And you know what I'm saying? Like, and it turns out that particular thing is not right. People will question other perspectives.
the only reason I okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay.
The only reason I'm saying this is because it fits a narrative with so many others. It's just, again, why is Ram Dass getting, press from, CBS? There was very few media stations. Why is he getting so much press? And I asked the same thing. Like I grew up as a teen, like in the Grateful Dead and stuff like that. And then I come to find out, the whole damn thing was engineered, and it links into the counterculture. And I don't mean to divert. I'm not trying to divert to the Grateful Dead and just say that. I'm just mentioning that there are these examples that kind of come up where, okay, someone becomes popular. Why do they become popular? Because the system promotes them. It's not, it's not YouTube. It's a mainstream media, even though YouTube is mainstream media. But, my channel's not going to ever be on trending. It's just not going to happen. But, it would be crazy if it ever did happen, but the way I look at trending is that they, it's usually companies or music artists that are supposed to be the new thing or the new video or the big name in music or the big name in movies or the big, fashion show or the big, nail line or all that crap. But it's more about kind of looking at the patterns and how certain things are promoted and then they grow and then they're still promoted. I mean, he retired in Hawaii, lived a good life, played guru, ended up having, I think, what was it? Wasn't a seizure, but he had a major medical issue, and and I feel bad that happened, whatever went down. But there's also video of, see, it's been so long since I looked at this, so please don't quote me on this. I know Timothy Leary was present, and I want to say Ram Dass was present. It's an old black and white video. It's like a reunion of sorts. I don't know. I really don't remember what year it was, but and the intelligence agencies are mentioned, and they laugh about it, and yada yada yada. But I don't want to really say for certain that Ram Dass was there because it's been so long since I looked at it. There's a good channel. He used to be good. He's not good anymore. What's his name? I'm gonna have to try and look it up. Oh, Gnosis Media, right? I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
No. I think it was Gnostic Media. Hold on, let me look it up. I know he's deleted a lot of his stuff, but he did a hell of a. Okay, Logos Media. Okay, Logos Media. I'll be honest. I don't know if you're gonna find what I'm talking about. You may have to go to another video site like BitChute or ODYSEE. But there is that. Maybe you will see it. But he's got the video on there. He's also made some incredible connections about Harvard and a lot of elites and stuff. It's just
I hear what you're saying. Like, MK Ultra was done.
MK Ultra was run out of Harvard,
right? But that's
where they got the Unabomber. The Unabomber was mind fucked while he was a student at Harvard, and that was all about the same time. And Timothy Leary was definitely intelligent.
100%.
He was absolutely 100%. Intelligent.
Yeah.
And anyone associated with him who worked with him probably was too.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I wish. See, this is stuff I looked at so long ago. I can't. It's not like something I can whiz out on.
In
like
fact, you know
usual.
who Timothy Leary toured with throughout the. I think that most had last. Well, G. Gordon Liddy. When G. Gordon Liddy got out of jail, they went and toured around the world doing talks together. And G. Gordon Liddy was the one who busted Timothy Leary in the 60s when he was still a prosecutor in New York. He was a prosecutor before he, became a Watergate thug.
Crazy.
I mean, the tangled web that these fuckers weave, it just never stops. And Ram Dass is I won't say anything because I don't have much nice to say about him. Yeah, clock can be right twice a day. He's going to have some nice little cute spiritual teachings, but you can get that from other sources.
Mm-hmm. I just think, I don't know, there's so many things that I was thinking and that I want to say, and I'm like, also don't want to say. I don't know. By the way, anything that I say in critique or in question, I come at with best intentions, and it's not about me like winning
you've
an
been
argument. It's
great, man. Please, speak your mind.
I just wanted to say that because it's easy.
Well, it's an open forum here. Just because we may not, agree or may not each be aware of certain things, everything's on the table. So, besides some of the hot button issues that can end up in this channel's termination.
Right. Totally. Yeah. Well, there's one thing that I was just thinking about in regards to this, and if this is completely unrelated, just tell me. But it's like the fact that like we're communicating here is very interesting, and like there's probably going to be a record of this somewhere. You know what I mean? Like the people of the future will probably be able to see. They'll be able to dig into the past, which is the present, so much more readily. So even things like this is kind of like a historical document in a way. So that's why I'm just like thinking about what I'm going to say and overanalyzing it. But the point I wanted to bring up though is just, I've been very close to what anybody would say is a bad thing. I'm just going to put it that way. Like, I don't have any access to any information that if you knew, you'd be like, wow, that's fucking insane. That's evil or something like that. But I do know organizations or whatever that might be connected to things that are actually, I don't know, maybe bad. So I say that because somebody, like, I know who I am, and I know what I've done, and I know my own intent. At least I think I do, right? And I think that I could easily be labeled as something nefarious. And so that's why I question that. And that's one thing that like has raised flags. And I've heard you talk with Wayne Bush, who I think is awesome, by the way. Mm-hmm. Those discussions I listen to like every second of them.
Yeah, Wayne's the man. He's coming back next Saturday for the next 5 weeks or 4. Awesome. 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Sorry.
I can't wait. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So I think when there's certain parts where and I don't blame this perspective because foundationally it is paranoid, right? Like
the shield destroying perspective.
This whole theory that you're talking about is very pessimistic and conspiratorial. It's almost like a religion of conspiracy. So it makes sense that we would be quick to assume something is of the Matrix, but
But does it even necessarily have to be
that,
from part of the Matrix? I mean, it just could be part of the intelligence agency. They don't even necessarily know what's going on. They could just be doing it for their own purposes to harbor control. Of course, at the tippity top could be the Matrix people, but you know, trickling down, they don't necessarily know what we're talking about.
Oh, so they could be like, it could be like fingers on the hand that's evil or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people here, including those in power, even celebrities, politicians, they don't know what the hell's going on here. They're just as in the dark as everyone else. I mean, I just don't think many people know, because if you had some person that you know you can pay off in one lifetime, wouldn't it be prudent to kind of pay them off in the next lifetime to do your dirty work, or promote someone who just has ego and materialism in their heart, and, you know, a lack of possible empathy and compassion? Just kind of, you know, the control system, I feel, would want to have those at the top be subservient to them, but why spill the beans on the whole, you know, scam? That's kind of my impression of what's going on. Can't say for certain, but I don't think many people know.
Bribing multiple lives.
Well, multiple incarnations, I should say. Sorry, multiple incarnations. So, they may use some of the same people to forward an agenda, because they know that they're so lost and so gone that they are a more reliable asset than, say, you know, recruiting someone like us or some other person. Maybe they've been in this matrix longer, and they know they can mostly rely on them to fulfill the agenda which they have.
Interesting. So do you think that they know that that's the case?
No.
That they're
No, I don't think many people know. I don't. I always try to look at things in the way that, like, if I'm some creepy parasite and running a place, I'm going to tell as little spirits as possible, or as little entities as possible, so that I can still harbor as much control as I can. I'm not going to spill the beans to all these people or spirits, because they are, you know, the ones that are controlling things down here in the physical are really important. They're part of that control mechanism. So, you know, what am I going to do? I'm going to give them money. I'm going to give them an easier life, but at the same time, I'm not going to tell them the whole scheme of what's going on.
So you mean like it's a pre-birth arrangement, like hook me up and I'll... I think so.
Oh, or there could...
That's creepy, man.
Yeah, or there could be those, you know, we can call them the quote unquote the deals with the devil, you know, where there's deals made where, you know, you'll be set for life, but, you know, sign on the dotted line. Dashton, please stop flooding the chat, man. Please. You do this all the time. Please.
Yeah, that's fascinating. But do you think that those people that did that, they are doomed? Like, that assumes some kind of like karmic or hierarchical benevolence at the top, or because this is one thing I wanted to ask you about. There seems to be like some kind of rule, right? Like you have to agree, is I've heard you say, right?
Consent factor.
Yeah. So if that's a principle or a rule, who made that rule? And if they made that rule, couldn't they make more?
If that rule, what?
Like consent is a rule. They can't just like do what they want. So it sounds like a law that they're restricted by.
I think they are, but the problem is there seems to be this. This is where it gets a little dicey, because I think there are pre-birth arrangements, and then I think there are ones that come here that, you know, desire fame, desire fortune, or they're born into a certain family that, you know, maybe there wasn't a pre-birth arrangement, but the Matrix kind of knows that they have this kind of personality or this ego or this possible direction that they may go, that if the Matrix just dangles a carrot in front of them at some point, that maybe they'll bite. They might not necessarily bite, but so I think there could be two things going on, because I don't think everyone necessarily comes here, you know, with a pre-birth parasite directive. Maybe it's kind of like it's available to them. It's kind of programmed into them, but it's all still a matter of them taking that with their free will and deciding to run with it. And, you know, will you sign on the dotted line or won't you? Fame and fortune is at your fingertips, but you've got to do X, Y, Z.
It's fascinating. Yeah, I wonder if that happens with people.
There's that infamous video that's still on the internet of Bob Dylan admitting this.
Yeah.
He just flat out admits it.
Chief Commander.
Yeah.
Right. So to have your soul, that usually means like there's, I mean, in the classic Christian sense, damnation, eternal fire. You guys believe that?
No,
I don't. I'll be honest. I think anyone.
But he had to give something up, of course. But or he had, you know, there was a deal, there was a contract made. He did not disclose the deal, but no, I don't believe it was to burn in hell. No.
Same. And I also think anyone who kind of figures out what's going on here can theoretically reverse it with intention. It doesn't really matter, you know, what you've done, what you've agreed to, but if at some point in your, you know, earthly lifetime you figure this crap out, that you can turn around and leave this place. But, you know, who knows what these deals entail? Maybe these deals entail like an additional veil over somebody. You know, multiple entities chirping in your ear or driving you to certain things where the chance of you figuring out what's going on is slim to none, if not impossible.
Dude, can I tell you something that I haven't told anybody?
Sure.
I just kind of want to get it off my chest, and I don't care, but I used to be so terrified of the idea of hell, because when I was in high school, I used to listen to like demonic music and stuff because I was an angry kid. And by demonic, like grindcore or like whatever. And I just thought like it was cool and shit. And then I remember thinking like, yeah, the devil's cool. Like I would make a deal, you know? And I was listening to Art Bell. And he was like, oh yes, you can give it's a deal you can make. You can even just think it. And then I was like, oh no, I'm going to hell forever. And it would torture me.
I have a very similar story, brother. I did the same thing when I was a teenager.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like you. I was angry. I listened to that kind of music. One night, I kind of made a deal with the devil. Nothing ever came of it. I mean, I've never experienced.
Did you see anything?
Oh no,
that would be crazy.
But yeah, you know, technically, some people would say, okay, well, that's it, you're done.
Right.
But no, I don't I'm not concerned. But I have had a fear of going to hell in the past. Absolutely. Absolutely scared the shit out
Right.
But I've proven conclusively that the whole thing about eternal hellfire, the Orthodox teaching of hell, is not even in the scriptures. It's not. If you take the original Hebrew and Greek, it's not there. The early Christians did not believe that. The Hebrews, the Jews definitely did not. It was concocted as time went on, and then especially when the King James Version came along, signed, sealed, delivered. That's when they really, delivered the whole hell is all about burning forever and ever, and the worm doth not die. And
well, there are. I would want to look up the root on that, because Jesus did talk about. There are some scriptures, at least, where he mentioned those things about descriptions of hell.
Well, but did he though? You have to transport yourself back in that day. He never said the word hell. He said Gehenna. And Gehenna was literally a garbage dump outside of the city of Jerusalem, where they took all their garbage, and sometimes they took the bodies of the dead, unwanted, like criminals, and just threw them in there and burned it. A lot of times it was on fire. It was burning a lot, perpetually, almost like a trash dump that they would periodically burn. But he was using that as a metaphor for the lake of fire, which is supposed to come at the very, very end, where the most wicked are thrown in and they're burned up, but they're dead. They're not conscious anymore. So it's not a forever and ever. And also you got to do a word search on the terms forever and ever in both the Old and New Testament. And they don't mean the same thing that we think of today. It's aeon, like in Hebrew, it's aeon, which just means an age, for a certain time period. And then there's the aeon of the aeons, or the ages of the ages. But they did not have a word like we use in English that when we say forever, that means never ending, on, never stops. They didn't have a word. That was not even the concept for them. So it was such a scam. Of course, the Catholic Church started it. They started the whole hellfire and damnation bullshit. And then even when the Protestants split off, that was one of the ones they kept. We like that one because it keeps them good and afraid. Keeps them coming back to church and giving money.
I know. Hey, you don't have, you're telling me about it, man. I was in the news actually, because people are talking about this particular church where it's crazy, man. It was 5 days a week, 5 hours a day of basically hell, fire and brimstone, and they could there were significant spiritual things that were going on. And that's one thing that people don't talk about in other documentaries about cults, I think, is the spiritual component, because it has to, I don't know, it creeps people out maybe, or it threatens their paradigm so it doesn't sell well.
Yeah, I was in a cult too myself, Bible-based cult, 14 years.
What?
I mean, researching cults is so helpful.
Been there, done that too.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Well, it wasn't that. It was a very esoteric. It was Worldwide Church of God. Heard of that? Worldwide Church of God. Herbert Armstrong.
Yeah.
I should.
But we didn't do anything like what you just described.
Well, still, it's
it was mostly just a very top-down, strict, government-oriented cult. Very, very controlling. But there was a lot of very nice people at it. It wasn't all bad. It wasn't all horrible. But it was definitely very limiting. Very limiting on your life.
Didn't it start in the Midwest, Chicago or Illinois or
Worldwide
something?
Church of God? Actually, it started on the West Coast.
Okay.
Now, Herbert Armstrong was from the Midwest originally. He was from
Chicago?
Iowa. No, well, he was from Iowa.
Oh, okay. Then no.
I think he
something else.
he think he might have spent some time in Iowa as a young man before. I mean, in doing business maybe. But he didn't really start the church until he got to. He started it actually in Eugene, Oregon.
Okay.
And then eventually, of course, figured out, hey, LA is the place to be. So he went, and the headquarters became Pasadena.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to have to move on to Abraxas. Abraxas has been waiting for a while. Thank you so much for both your input and discussion. It's been awesome. Abraxas, great to have you, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. How you doing tonight?
Good. First, I'd like to start off by apologizing to Mikey.
Mm-hmm.
I shared some words last night that were harsh and let some feelings out. I didn't appreciate the cynical nature of his words, and it just came out of me. But yeah, I've been listening to this channel, watching the channel for about a year now. Came across my feed, and
that's rare.
It was rare. What got me into this? This started at a young age for me, but in terms of like my own research and going out and looking for things, I came across a channel called Sharon Last.
Okay. Yep.
And Sharon Last really helped me make some sense of my own life. I have a near-death experience. And it's similar to what's been on this channel, and in other ways it's not. And I'm not sure, this is the time to share it. If
I'd love for you to share it, but it's up to you. Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I will. Just please excuse me if the emotion comes out.
I can hear it. I can hear it. Take as much time as you need. You've been watching and commenting. I'm really happy that you came on tonight.
Some of what I say is going to go against what has been shared here. And, I lived a cynical life. I was touched at a very, very early age.
Okay.
So, if everyone will allow me, I'll share my story with you. I got on here to share this with you all. I don't have all the answers.
Nobody does.
I can't help you make sense of your life. But I can tell you the experience that I've had here. And the experience I've had here drew me to this channel. I feel like I was built for this. The things that you discuss in terms of turning away from the light, the external things of this world. I'm a 45-year-old man. I was born in Denver, Colorado, on 8th and Colorado Boulevard, at a hospital called Rose Hospital. So to skip, some of the early stuff. I was just a little boy. My mother and father, my grandmother owned a bar in a ghetto part of Denver. It's called the West Side, where the sun sets. And my dad worked there. I have Caucasian and Latino blood running through my veins. German, Scotch-Irish, indigenous Mexican, and Spanish. My father was Latino. My dad wasn't the best guy. He was a good man. He's a good man. But he was in the 70s. I was born in the middle of May in 1976. My dad was into selling coke back then, and drinking and messing with hookers, and fucking around. He had a wife and 2 children, 2 boys, me and my brother. And my mother and father were separated. My mother was a Caucasian female. She was 23 years old. So she had some friends that lived in a place called Commerce City. And I find meaning in pretty much everything that I experience here. So Commerce City is very important to me these days. So one day, it was a sunny day, it was a Sunday. This is why I wanted to call in today. I find some comfort in ritual. And this is why I wanted to share this story. I share this story to maybe help myself a little bit. There's some selfish part of this, but also to maybe help some that are listening so that they know there is a man walking the earth that's carried a large burden for like close to 40 years now. So it was a sunny day, Sunday. My mother goes to meet with their friends, and they lived in Commerce City. They come up, we're going to a barbecue. It was on 48th and Federal, Irving in Denver, Colorado. And it was a mother, a father, and their son. He was about 12 years old. They were in their 30s. My mother was 23, and she had me and my brother with her. So we go to this park, Rocky Mountain Park, and we arrived, it's a barbecue, there's hamburgers, hot dogs, beer, people having fun, doing things. And we didn't know any of these people. So, we sit down by this tree, this large tree. There were some chairs around it. And please excuse my detail. It's the way I tell this story. I've only shared this story with people that I love, people that I care about.
Yeah, as much detail as you want to share, brother. Take as much time as you need. I understand you putting out the full context and kind of reliving it. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So me and my brother sit down. My mom's like, sit down right here. And we're like, okay, we sit in these 2 chairs, these little folding chairs. It was 1982, June 13th of 1982. And we sit down, and my mom goes off, and I'm sitting in the chair, and they're like, oh, get some hamburgers, some hot dogs. And we were just like, nah, we just didn't, our dad wasn't there, and we didn't feel right. Something was off. And I saw my mom, cavorting with some guy. And, I noticed that this guy was like trying to shove something in her nose with his pinky. And she like slapped his hand away. And, I was only 6 years old. I never thought about death or drugs or anything at that point. I was just a child. But I knew something was wrong with that. I didn't know what cocaine was, but I knew something was wrong. And so I got a bad feeling, and I grabbed my brother's hand. My brother was 3. I was 6. And I tell him, let's go to the playground. So we start walking off to the playground. And, I've always been able to feel things, feel energy. The energy of people around me, but how children are. They think they're living in a comic book. Thought I was like some sort of superhero or something. But I always had this feeling. I always had these feelings about people, and couldn't quite figure it out. And as we're walking to the playground, we're about halfway there, and I get a feeling of dread that comes over me, a darkness that's on my back, and I decided to turn around, and I see these 3 people walking up to the chairs where we were sitting. And as a child, I was like, well, geez, they're taking our seats, But when they sat down, I noticed something strange. It was a man, a woman, and a child. It was a young boy. He was probably in between the age of me and my brother. He was 4 or 5. And what I noticed was that, I had this dark feeling inside of me, and I noticed that they were all wearing very dark shades, and they were just staring at me and my brother. And they had just walked up. They sat down in the chairs where we were sitting, and nobody talked to them. Nobody acknowledged them. Nobody even acted like they knew they were there except for me. And that made me feel even, I felt like a fear in my heart or something was wrong, right? I just had this feeling. So we get to the playground, and as we're walking, we're about 3/4 there. I look back over my shoulder again, and I see the father lean down to his son, and he's in his ear, and he tells him something, and the little boy gets up and starts walking towards us, and I'm like, So we get to the playground, and then all of a sudden I turn, and the little boy's there, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why? How did he get here so quick? That's like, I'm having these thoughts. I'm 6 years old. I'm not really the most articulate guy at this point. You know what I mean? I'm just noticing things that a child would notice. And the child just sits there.
Yeah, but you were intuitive too. Like you knew something was up.
Yes.
I don't mean to cut you off, but you can tell.
That's right. So the child sits there, and there's like a retaining wall, and he just sits there on the wall, and he's staring at us with these dark, dark shades. And I didn't know this at the time, but you know how they talk about, people's eyes are the windows to their soul. These platitudes that are out there. But I felt the darkness in him, and these weren't just shades; they were like black. It was blackness, darkness, and he just stared at us. And I was like, my little brother, he's just 3 years old, running around, and I'm looking at this child, and I'm like, what the hell is going on with this guy? So I decided, hey, well, maybe I'll talk to him. And I say, hey, how are you? And he doesn't say anything. He just stares at us. And so that really creeped me out. So I grabbed my brother's hand, and I was like, come on, let's go. Something's wrong. And they run back. And when we get back to where everybody's at, there was about 30 people there. And when we get back, we were running towards my mom. And I was like, Mom, something's wrong. And she was like, oh, she's talking to her friends and whatnot. And she's like, oh, go sit down. And I look over at the chairs where we were, and the people were gone. And I'm like, So day goes on, people were drinking. My mom had some drinks. She had some beer or whatever. And, my grandmother used to take us to, my dad's mother used to take us to get change at the can machine. And I saw all these cans on the floor, and I was like, well, geez, I could get some toys with this, And so I started telling my mom, I want to collect these cans. And then this lady comes up, and she gives us like 4 black bags. She says, here, you can have the cans if you pick them up. And I was like, well, all right, so I was like, right on, So I started picking them up, kind of the people kind of left my mind a little bit. And we collected 4 bags of cans, 4 black trash bags. So the end of the night comes, sun's going down. And we start walking towards the car. And I remember looking up at the street light where we were parked on the street. And for some reason, the amber in the light struck me. And I was like, wow. So, my mom shows up, and she's a little buzzed. Her 2 friends, the man and the woman, and their son, Paul. There's a man named Hippolito, and the woman was named Janet. They get in the car, and, I told my mom, I want to take these cans with us. And she's like, what are you doing? We're not going to take all these cans with us. And she was driving a 1981 Subaru. It was blue, and it had a cargo area with a hatchback. And she was like, where are you going to sit? Well, back then, seatbelts weren't a big deal. And I was like, look, I'll sit on the cans in the cargo area. Just please let me take them. I want to get some toys. So, going back and forth with her, and I could tell she was a little bit buzzed, but she was okay, so she breaks down, and she says, okay, throw them in the back. Go ahead and sit on them. So I'm sitting in the back of the Subaru in the cargo area. I'm kind of happy, but I'm kind of like, oh, mom's not doing so well. So, I got to kind of maybe pick up the slack here and pay attention for her, because she's not all there, So we drive away, and we get on a highway, I-70, and we start going east towards Commerce City to drop these people back off where they lived on 68th and Holly. So my mother gets to I-25, and there was a thing called a mousetrap at the time in Denver, and it was 4 circles where you can change onto I-25 or I-70, and she should have went to Vasquez Boulevard, but she took one of the circles and got on I-25 going north. So we're driving I-25 north, and there was a thing called Furniture Row at the time. There was these different stores that, sold furniture. And I remember, looking at them, and I was like, dang, this place is creepy. So, I was just a little boy, and I'm like, in my head, and I'm like, geez, like I'm living in a comic book. And I was like, dang, something weird's going on. And, the lady Janet was, she was bickering at my mother. She was like, oh, you took the wrong exit. You should have went straight. We're going to. My mom's like, oh, we'll go up here to 270, and then, we'll cut back to Commerce City. And my mom had control of the car, but she was driving fast. She was doing upwards of 80, 90 miles an hour. It was about 10, 15 at night. But she had control, and there in Denver in the 80s, there wasn't any traffic on a Sunday night. You know what I mean? She just wanted to get home. She wanted to get us home. And so we take 270. We get on to 270, and we're going towards Commerce City. And then, I'm sitting in the back, and I'm like, I got to pay attention. Mom's, there's something not right here. And so I'm looking at the back of the window, and I'm looking up the back, and I'm like, oh, I got to watch for things. I got to watch for things that might hurt us. And this is what I'm thinking. And I keep looking back, and I don't see anything. But like probably the third time that I looked back, I saw these lights, car lights. And I was like, And I noticed that they were coming up really quick. And I was like, something's not right here. This car is we're driving fast. This car is gaining on us. What is going on? So my mom decides to get off the highway, and she took the wrong exit to get off there too. She starts going south on Vasquez Boulevard. She should have went north, but she went south, and it was like probably a quarter mile off ramp. And so she gets off, and the lady Janet's bickering at her, and I remember, the radio is playing loud. One of the songs I had heard earlier in that night, the young boy Paul was playing was, I think it was Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. So the radio's playing loud, and, they're talking, the lady's bickering at my mom, and she's like, oh, you got to go this way, And so she's like, well, get on the flyover on Colorado Boulevard, and then just turn around and come back north. And my mom was like, oh, my mom was just going to go straight and bust a U-turn and come back, but the lady's bickering at her, right? And the radio's loud, and all of a sudden there's cars on the back right quarter panel of our car. And I look at the car, and it was the 3 people that I saw at the park.
Whoa.
And I'm the only one that saw them. I'm the only one that saw them, and like I kind of like cowered into the corner of the cargo area because I knew something was going to happen.
Yeah.
So I peeked back up over to look out the window, and they're pointing and laughing at me. The man, the woman, and the child, they're pointing at me, and they're laughing. And I look at my mom, and this feeling came over me to yell. And I yelled at the top of my lungs. I yelled, stop. 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 And right after I yelled that, they started swiping. My mom lost control of the car. She hit the island, the middle part of the highway there.
Mm-hmm.
And as the car began to tip, I saw the car, and what I know now, my mom's mom ended up having a car like this, which is so weird, but was a 1978 Charger, and it was emerald green that they were driving in, and I saw them going on the flyover where we were supposed to go after they just hit us. And so as the car began to tip, I just closed my eyes. And seemed like 10 minutes passed. And then all of a sudden I hear, you know, a very violent crashing sound. I hear the hatchback of the car detach from the car and slam onto the road, and the glass break beneath me. And I was ejected from the car. She was doing 90 miles an hour. And I'm flying on my back through the air. And as I'm flying on my back, I'm looking at the stars. And stupid childish thoughts. I mean, fuck.
It's not
just the worst
childish.
fucking shit's happening, you know, and I'm looking at the stars and I'm thinking, geez, the stars are beautiful. The stars are beautiful. And then the next thought in my mind was that I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. And so in that instant, I accepted it. I said, it's okay, just do it, fuck it. And right when I had that thought, as I'm flying through the air, fucking 90 miles an hour, I felt hands underneath me. And I just couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Something's going on. There were hands on my back. I could feel the spaces between the fingers on my back. But I looked to my right side, and there was nothing there. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I looked again. And I saw like these small dots of light. Just a collection, like random pattern. It didn't even look like hands. But it felt like hands on my back. And it was like fucking time stopped. Or it was slowed down or something. I don't know. Fuck. But the shit was on my back. I could feel it and I fucking saw it. And I was like, what the hell? And right when I recognized that it was dots of light, it was like my head was involuntarily turned just back up to the stars. And I heard something talk to me. And it told me, it said, it's okay. And I just couldn't, I had no control over the situation. I just like was there. And I was like, all right. And I just listened. And it said, it's okay. It said, there was no voice. It was like I could hear it inside my head. It tells me it's okay. And then it says, I'm going to turn you. And I'm going to set you down on the road right here. And it was like I could see where it was going to set me, but I didn't turn my head. My head was just stuck looking at the stars. And it said, I'm going to turn you and I'm going to roll you. And it's going to hurt a little bit, but you're going to be all right. And then as soon as that happened, it was just like, boom, right back into reality. Or whatever reality I was facing at that time. And I landed and I rolled, just like it said. And I had what I found out later, was a scratch on my forehead and a scratch on my knee. And I was in the middle of the highway. And I was filled with shock. I couldn't move. I just part of a violent fucking wreck. The fucking car rolled twice. all this violent sound, metal scraping on the road, the glass breaking. And I was stuck. I just couldn't move. I was in shock, and I was looking at the cars that were coming. And I saw headlights, and I was like, fuck. Whatever that was, just like saved my life. But I'm going to die now because these cars are coming at me. And the lights are coming. And then they stop. And I'm like, oh, I just breathe. And I see a door open, and I see these feet running towards me. Some lady grabs me. She's like, are you all right? Are you all right? And I was like, I couldn't say anything. I was just like, fuck, what just happened? Like, the wreck was fucked up, but what I saw, what I experienced, what I heard in my head, it was so much more than that wreck. I couldn't fucking process it. And she looks up, and she looks at the car that I came out of, and she starts shaking her head, and she's like, no, no, no. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And immediately I thought of my mom. And she's holding my head, and she won't let me turn my face towards it. And I punched her in the face. And I got up, and I ran back. I was thrown 60 yards from the car. And I ran back to the car. And then I think about my brother. And for some reason, I knew where he was. I don't even know why. I turned my head, and I was looking for him, and I saw him, and he was laying on the island. His head landed on the island. He was thrown 30 yards. And his head came to a rest on the island, and the rest of his body was in the road. But then immediately I turned back to the car, and I see this man, the man Hippolito that was with us, and he's standing next to the car, and he's holding his head, and he's screaming my mom's name. And she's like, oh no. And I was about 15 yards from the car. And my mom was hanging out of the car, out of the driver's side window, at her waist. And her upper body's hanging out. And I was like, fuck, it just hurt so bad. I couldn't even cry. I had this overwhelming sense of hate for everything around me, this dread, this melancholy state. I fucking hated everything around me, the air that was on my skin, the visions that were coming into my eyes. And her hair was shimmering in the light. And I look at her hair was almost to the ground. The car had landed right side up. And her hair was hanging down to the ground. She had long black hair. And her hair was shimmering. And I was just like, what is that? Like the light, I could see it off it. And it was her blood. There was a 4-foot puddle of blood on one of the rolls. This is what I found out later, was that on one of the rolls, her head hit like a light pole because it went through the window, the driver's side window, and hopefully it snapped her neck and she died instantly, but she had like an 8-inch gash, maybe even 12 inches, that her neck just split open, and all of her blood was draining out of her body onto the street. And I just stayed there, and I stared at her for like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw an ambulance coming, the lights, and I heard like a ruckus, and people were screaming and yelling, and somebody ran over to me, but then they said, are you all right? And I was like, yeah, I'm all right. Like, there's nothing wrong with me. And so they ran to my brother, and they started getting him. And then a guy ran back, and he starts yelling at me. He's like, get on the stretcher. And I'm like, no, I'm not getting on the stretcher. It was just like a wood board back then, a little fucking wood board. And he's like, lay on the fucking stretcher. And I was like, no. I said, I'm okay. He's like, no, you need to get down. And he threw me down there, and he starts duct taping my head to the thing, because I guess they didn't have the shit that they have today. He just duct taped, and my fucking head was taped to the damn board, and I was like, what the fuck? I started telling him, I said, where's my brother? And, yeah. And I said, where's my brother? Where's my brother? Because I didn't want to leave without my brother. I knew my mom was dead. And so they get my brother in there and they take us to the hospital. I don't even know what hospital it was. And they put me in a room and they said, are you sure you're all right? And I was like, yeah, I'm all right. What the fuck? I've been telling you guys this. You know what I mean? I'm okay. I said, where's my brother? And they're like, oh, he's down here. And I could hear him screaming. He was screaming. He woke up and he was screaming. And apparently it was because they were sticking him with needles. They thought he had internal bleeding, all this stuff. And I'm just like, fuck, it was too much almost to take. And they're like, here, just sit down and watch some TV. And they give me this little remote control, stupid Jones cable remote control or some shit from back in the 80s. And I turn on the TV and it's fucking news. And they're showing the car that I just got thrown out of. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this fucking place? This is terrible. It's like somebody's trying to torture me here. What's going on? So I just laid in the bed and I cried myself to sleep. So the next morning I wake up and there's nobody there. And I look at my brother and he's hooked up to all these fucking tubes and shit. And I'm just laying there with the blanket. And I'm like, damn, this is fuck. So some of my dad's family showed up. His sisters, one of my mom's sisters shows up. And, as a little boy, I just want to tell them. I start telling them, I said, somebody did this. Somebody murdered my mom. Somebody ran us off the road. And they're like, oh, Hito, you've been through a traumatic experience. And I'm thinking in my head, you don't even fucking know what I've been through. I'm trying to tell you, you don't even know the half of it. I'm telling you that I saw somebody run us off the fucking road. And they're just like, oh, you need to sit down and rest. And, my dad shows up and my mom, what I found out later was my mom she had filed for divorce from my dad a day earlier. My dad shows up and he's just fucked. I mean, he's inside, he just can't believe what's happening, And I tell him, Dad, somebody did this. And he's like, how like adults do with children. They're like, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But it was my dad and he wanted to listen to me, but he couldn't. I mean, everything was so fucked up at the time. It was hard for him to process it. And I didn't even tell him what I experienced. Like, I told him that I saw somebody run us off the road, but I didn't tell anybody what I had seen or felt or what had carried me through the air. Like, so, fast forward like a month and we're at, we were, I guess if you want to talk crudely, basically we were little white boys. And all of a sudden we're in the ghetto at my dad's bar, my grandma's bar, where my dad worked, and he was a bartender. He's like, oh, well, Tom, my grandma lived about 6 houses down from the bar, and he's like, Tom, I gotta take a crap, and there's no toilet paper in the bathroom. So
I'm sorry, Abraxas. Can I just ask, is this like the day after, a couple of days after?
This is 1 month later.
1 month later. Okay, sorry.
About 1 month later.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
Tom, go get some toilet paper from grandma's house and, bring it back. I'm like, okay, Dad. So, it's about 10 at night. And, on the west side, it's a bad neighborhood. It's a bad neighborhood, but, we lived right there, so my dad wasn't too worried about it. And so, I'm still 6 years old, and I run down the street, and I go in, I get the toilet paper, and I come back out, and I hear this, mumbling in my left ear. And I'm like, that feeling where you get where the hair on the back of your neck stands up. And I'm like, oh my God, I was not paying attention too much as I was walking out. You know, my mom just died. And, you know, I'm still a child, you know, and I hear this like mumbling, or what I know today, it'll be like talking in tongues, I guess, or something.
You're more like on
ear.
autopilot, right?
Yeah, just a little boy again, right? So I turn my head slowly to the left, and I'm like, you know, I look in the next yard, and there's nobody there, and I'm like, I'm like, whoa, that's weird, you know. And so I open the gate and I walk out onto the sidewalk, and I hear it again, but then it starts becoming more clearer, and I can't quite understand what's being said. But then I'm like, whoa, you know, and I start looking down the block, and you know, the street lights are on, and there's nobody out, you know. And I'm looking around, I'm like, what the hell is making that noise? It's like it's right next to me. And then all of a sudden I see like this, you know, hopefully it doesn't sound too cliche, I guess, but it's what I saw. It's what I saw. I saw a shadow. There was this house down the street on the corner, and it had like a little stairway up to the roof where the guy was going to build like a deck, but he only had the stairway. But I see this shadow, like it's like shaped like a gargoyle, and it's perched on the gutter, and it has blazing white eyes, and I'm like, holy shit. You know, I'm like, I freeze, and I'm standing there with the roll of toilet paper in my hand. I'm like, what the fuck is that? You know, I'm thinking in my head, and it's talking to me, and I look, it has like left arm down to its left side, and I see like this shape there, and I'm like, what the fuck is in its hand? And it was the body. And I was like, and it's still talking, and then it starts to become clearer, and it tells me, it says, I got your mom, and I'm gonna come back to get you. Oh. And right when it said that, I was like, holy shit. And I start running down the block, you know, and I'm running to the bar with the toilet paper, and I'm like, Dad, I'm screaming all the way, because, you know, I know if somebody's gonna hurt me. It was a shadow. I didn't know if it was somebody, but it was a shadow, and I'm running, and I'm screaming the whole way down the block, and I'm like, Dad, and I open the door to the bar, and I'm like, Dad, there's something down there. He comes out, you know, he's, you know, looking, and he said, where? And I'm like, on that roof. And he runs down the block about halfway by my grandma's house, and he's like, he comes back, he's like, there's nothing there, Tom. And I was like, fuck. And then he, you know, he puts his arm around me and pats me on the shoulder. He says, you know, you went through something that was pretty bad, you know, and I think that your mind's just playing tricks on you. And I was like, okay, Dad, you know. And he's like, go upstairs, Tito, and go to sleep, you know, and it'll be all right, you know. And I was like, okay, Dad, you know, maybe you're right. So I go upstairs, and this will be, you know, towards the end of the story here, is that, you know, the next day I wake up, and, you know, my grandma used to let us drink sodas in plastic cups outside the bar, because you couldn't take glass cups outside the bar. But we could take plastic, right? So, and I'm standing in front of the bar, you know, leaning against the wall, drinking my soda, and I'm feeling okay, you know, I'm kind of thinking about last night, and I'm like, wow, you know, that shit was weird. And then all of a sudden I see an ambulance at the end of the block. And so I'm like, wow, what the fuck is going on down there? And I'm like, so I run down there, and, you know, there's little neighborhood kids, you know, the projects were right there at the end of the block, and everybody in the ghetto, you know, when something happens, people come out, and all the little neighborhood kids were there. So I run down there, and I'm like, hey, you know, what's going on here? You know, why is this ambulance here? You know, and they're like, oh, well, last night the old man died. No. And I'd seen that old man before, you know, but I'd seen him walking around, but I didn't know who he was. I just saw him before, and I'm like, oh my God. And I just started walking back to the bar, and I'm like, you know, I love my dad, but he's full of shit. I fucking saw something, you know, I saw something. So, you know, I don't know. I
like
wanted
an
to call
omen, you think?
this. The what?
You think like it was an omen for the old man as well?
Well, as I've grown older, you know, I've gotten into a lot of crazy shit. I've never been religious ever since I saw that, and I'm I don't call it God. I call it the creator, whatever that is. I saw that, and I felt it, and I heard it inside of me. So, when I think about this shadow that was gargoyle shaped, and as I've gotten older and all the crazy things I've got into, I've never been religious in any way. Satanism, Catholicism, Buddhism. I've looked into these different things, but it's all bullshit to me.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel about it. It's all bullshit.
You're right.
I'm not afraid of any fucking devil. I'm not afraid of any Jesus or any of this stuff because, like, as I grew up, we take in these ideas and, people around us and they have their books and all this shit. But what I knew God as, or what I know God as, the creator is somehow thoughts of light. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but and in terms of the shadow that I saw today, what I've come to, accept is that
thing again, as far as
what's going on here?
Sorry, these headphones are kind of.
No, that's okay. No, you're all right. I might have fell off. That's okay.
Yeah, okay. So what I was saying is,
about about the shadow you saw.
Oh, before you were talking about what God was to you.
I'm sorry. Whoever has the okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I just gotta have when you have your mic on, and anyone who has the mic on when we're live, just make sure you have the show muted in the background. That's all. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Abraxas.
I feel, after everything that I've been through, I've carried this staying on my mind for 40 years now. My mother's blood leaking onto the road in front of me, and in terms of what I know that I feel that like God, whatever God is to you, is going to present itself in a certain way. The way that it presented itself to me was dots of light, small dots of light, a collection of dots of light, translucent gold. I don't know how to say it, gold, translucent dots of light. But in terms of the shadow that I saw, I mean, what I've come to know is the Reaper. The Reaper, that was the Reaper that I saw. And
makes perfect sense.
It came to collect that man's spirit, soul. I know you make a distinction between the soul and the spirit. I try not to get too nailed down to things because I found that when I get too nailed down to things, it really fucks me up.
Corners you.
I've tried to find the balance ever since then in myself. And in terms of the devil, the only devil I've ever seen lived in man. The only God I've ever seen lived in man.
Well
and
said.
I know that they both live inside me. They both live inside me. Something that I didn't say earlier was when those dots of light presented themselves at the end of the interaction. That's the only way I can describe it, the interaction. And this is where some of the NDE'S that I've watched on your channel, what I'm saying coincides with that is that I think it was the one last night too, the lady. At the end of the interaction, at first when I first started feeling it, it felt external to me. But then at the end of the interaction, when time sped up again and I was back in the moment and flying through the air and getting ready to land on the road, it felt like it was me. I know that sounds fucking crazy, but it felt like it was me that came to save me. I don't know why.
I had that thought as you were telling the story. I had it.
Yeah, it's, what's crazy is, I moved away from Colorado just recently. I live in Florida now. I moved to Florida. I've lived in Colorado my whole life. Denver, Colorado is where I lived my whole life. I just recently moved in November of last year. And, I bought this PlayStation 5. And I know this sounds dumb. I'm a 45-year-old man, but, I'm a GTA type of guy. I mean, that's what I grew up. I was a gang member. I mean, I did a lot of fucked up things because of this shit that happened to me when I was young. I wanted to kill myself when I was young, but I didn't have the balls to do it. So I joined a gang and I figured, somebody else is going to pop me and then I'll be done. I won't have to deal with this anymore. When I'm standing there looking at my mom dead in front of me, I'm having these thoughts that no little boy should have. I was thinking, I don't want to grow up to hate anybody. I don't want to grow up to love anybody. I don't want to be here. And this is where, you know, some of my story coincides with the NDEs that have been on this channel, is that I didn't leave the body. I didn't leave the body to experience these things. I was still here.
Present.
But yet I had these thoughts that I fucking hate this place.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to go through this. I don't want to grow up to get old and have children and get a job and do any of this. And, you know, I think that's why Mikey was kind of pissing me off. And I also felt like he was drunk last night.
Yeah.
That's what I felt.
Yeah,
so,
I did too.
I was like, well, you know, this is not genuine coming from Mikey. Mikey needs to come correct. And that's why I started getting pissed off. But, you know, in terms of ending it ourselves, you know, if we end it, then what if you come back? What if you come back?
Yeah.
I mean, how are we going to make it anywhere else if we can't fucking make it here? And this is, you know, after all this stuff that I've been dealing with, I mean, how am I going to go create my own world when I can't even deal with this little bullshit here? You know, I mean, it's like my mom was taken from me and I had to see all that so I could have the strength to stand on my own, to create my own world, to insulate myself, to realize that I am not the things that are external here.
Yeah.
All this shit that I'm seeing outside of me is not me.
Yeah.
But yet if I let it in, it's going to become me.
Yes. You know? Yeah. Well said.
So, you know, these are all the things that I've come to and all this knowledge that I've looked into. And, you know, I'm sorry to get off subject a little bit here, but there was somebody speaking about, they were speaking about currency earlier. And, you know, I've heard these NDEs, they talk about, oh, well, you had a mission to come back to and all this stuff, right? And it's like, well, maybe not. But, you know, through my experiences all these years, I've always felt like whatever it was that kept me here, while I was still in my body, I was supposed to do something. Now, what that was, all these years, I've been like, fuck, well, what is it? You know, I'm not supposed to be in a gang and doing drugs, you know, breaking into cars and hurting people and doing drive-bys and all this stuff. I'm not, you know, but I did those things. I hurt people when I was young and I did things that were wrong, like terrible, that I wouldn't even allow my own children to be involved with. But, you know, I've always, and there's been this system, and see, like matrix to me can mean a lot of things. One thing I've come to know matrix as is a ledger, like a checkbook, credits and debits. And this system that we're seeing around us today, this, you know, I guess we all say things on here that may sound a little bit crazy, but I think that I found the solution to this system. And I think that that's why I was kept here. You know,
it kept for you too, you know, your own self-realization.
Yeah. And you know, I'm not saying that I've reached the pinnacle by any means. You know, I still struggle with things. I struggle to find that balance. You know, I try not to be too hateful and I try not to be too loving, because I found that either one of those can really bring a lot of harm.
Yeah.
You could love somebody so much that you can hurt them. Or you can hate somebody so much that you can hurt them. And, you know, like for me, I felt that, like, what I've come to know is that it never really mattered if I loved you or anybody else. It matters that I love myself.
Yep.
If I don't love myself, then what the fuck does anything matter? I can
Can't
hate
love
myself.
others.
I can love myself. Yeah. And that's a cliche, right? That's a cliche that we
But
hear
it's true.
quite often. But, you know, where am I going to go that I'm not going to love myself? If I don't love myself over there, I'm not going to love myself here. And if I don't love myself here, I'm not going to love myself over there. So it's like, you know, wherever you go, there you are. You know, all these things, these little things, and there's meaning in everything, from what I've found. But what I was trying to say with the, you know, and this would be the last thing I have to say, is that when I moved to Florida, you know, I feel like I've come closer to myself somehow, and I'm starting to grow into my skin the way that I'm supposed to. And I bought this PS5. And so, you know, there's like a week before last, I was feeling really emotional, you know, and I was like, fuck, what's going on here? You know, I'm not the type of, I'm not a really emotional guy. I get angry, but, you know, in terms of, you know, feeling sentimental about things. Like, I had to train myself to love people because, like I said, I hated everything around me. I lost the thing that was most important to me. The only thing I ever had at that time. I lost it. It was fucking ripped from me by Jinn, shadows, evil people. I don't know what the fuck they were. I don't know what those people were. Maybe they were just fucking human beings. I don't know. But why would somebody do that? And they were laughing and pointing at me. But I bought this PS5 and I turned it on. And at the beginning of the screen, I've turned this thing on a number of times, but I wasn't in the mindset, and I was feeling emotional a couple of weeks ago. And I turned this thing on and I noticed the beginning screen and I see these dots of fucking light. And I'm like, what the fuck? It like clicked for me, and I was like, wow, I haven't seen that. Maybe like the stars, I guess, but like in that pattern, it was a random, just flowing pattern. And that's what God was to me. That's what kept me here. That's what the creator was. That's what I am. I don't need the fucking external here. I don't need the light on the street corner light. I am the light. I don't need anything. I need myself. And if I can't value myself here, then fuck, this whole thing is just worth nothing. There's no point. There's no point in me turning away from the light when I die, because I'm fucked. I hate myself. If I hate myself, then it doesn't matter where I go. Yeah. If I can't balance that out, if I can't balance the love and the hate, then I'm fucked. I mean, I might as well just fuck. I mean, I've become kind of cold here. Is that like, I see people doing shit these days, and I'm like, well, fuck, they want it. It's what they want.
Yeah, they feed for it.
And you know, by coming across your channel, FC Mark, my given name is Tomas Michael. Okay, I'm not saying the surname for a reason, because I don't know where that surname came from.
It's great to meet you, Tomas.
The surname came from somewhere that I don't know. All I know is what my mother and father gave me, my mom and dad gave me, and that's Tomas Michael. That's my name. Sure. The name. But what this place has taught me is that, fuck, I gotta fucking find some balance in me. I can be polarized. I could love, or I can hate. But if I can't balance that shit, nothing's gonna be good. If I can't be neutral, and I know that sounds like some Buddhist shit, right?
No, dude, you're spot on, dude.
You know, you're spot on. If I can't be neutral here, then I'm fucked. I'm fucked here, and I'm gonna fuck other people over. And I don't want to fuck other people over. I don't want to do that. I don't want to cross. Remember Ghostbusters? Don't cross the streams. You know what I mean? I don't want to cross my stream with yours. I want you to have your stream. You know. So, thank you. Thank you. I apologize for how long it took.
No, don't apologize.
Thank you for letting me get that out. I hope it helps others in some way. And, you know, maybe, you know, we can think about what happens when this flesh dies. But maybe until then, we start looking for the things that you can't necessarily see. If that makes any sense. Instead of looking for God to come up out of the clouds, maybe you should look at the little things in your life, the little quote unquote coincidences, the things that happen where you're like, whoa, something's weird there. This is the glitch in the matrix, right? There's something there. And you know, I'll stand here and I'll say this with all confidence that there is something there. Now, whether that is the they that are keeping us here or that have tricked us here, well, guess what? I'm going to find out. And this is why I said I was built for this, because you know what? I've been conditioned to where I don't need anything else. And when that death comes of this flesh, I've been given the strength. You know, that night I was given life and death all in one motion. So when that day comes, when this flesh dies, I have the strength in me to turn away from anything that is external to me. And if I'm able to do it, if there is a choice, well, I know that I can make the choice. I can have that sovereignty. But based off what I felt that night, there was no choice. I didn't have a choice. It was just happening. These dots of light that were speaking to me, I had no choice. It was impossible for me to doubt it. It was impossible for me to think about going against it. Oh no, you know, I was mad. I fucking hated God. I hated my mom for leaving me. I hated everything. When I say I hated everything, I wanted to die. I didn't want to be stuck here to feel the cold air on my skin, to stub my toe on the corner of the table, to fall in love and then be hurt, or to hate somebody because they did this and that to me. I didn't want any of it. As a 6-year-old boy, that's not natural,
Yeah.
you know, but there was a reason behind it. So thank you for letting me share, Mark. Let me share this with you, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. That was really amazing, and I commend you for coming up and sharing it with everybody. And I love you, brother. Yeah, I'm really, I've had a lot of good laughs.
But I forgot to tell you. Here's another thing I forgot to add in there. You know those 4 bags of cans that I was talking about? These are the things that I'm talking about, to look for the things that you can't see. Those 4 bags of cans that I was sitting on in the cargo area, as the car rolled, one of those bags of cans flew under my brother's head and cushioned his head when it hit the island, the concrete island. I forgot to put that in there, but yeah, that's what happened.
It just so happened to cushion his blow, I guess we could say.
The 12-year-old boy that was with us, he was bounced around inside that car so much that his head swelled up to the size of a watermelon. He became crippled on one side of his body for life. The mother and father, nothing happened to them. They were ejected, but they were ejected onto the grassy area on the side of the highway. I actually went and found that man. I found the man Hippolito about 5 or 6 years ago. I went and looked for him, and he looked like he saw a ghost when he saw me. And he started sharing with me. He said that his wife drank herself to death. Well, his son did it first. He became an alcoholic. He was crippled on one side of his body. He drank himself to death at age 32. The mother, she drank herself to death 1 year after that. And he was there alone. He told me to this day he still will not drive on a highway.
And this is one of the people in the car, right? Like the 12-year-old you said?
Yes.
So he ended up having...
he was crippled on one side of his body.
And a father and mother drank themselves to death?
The mother did. After her son, the son drank himself to death at age 32, and then the mother followed suit 1 year later. And the man was still there. He wasn't an alcoholic, but he was a broken man. And it was all because of what happened that night. So, but yeah, all right, I'm done, man. Right on.
Yeah, dude. Just thank you for, again, having the courage and taking the time to come on tonight. I can't thank you enough, and my heart goes out to you.
It's 11:11 right now, too, so if that means anything to you.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect ending, right? Perfect time to stop there, I guess. But I mean, not that I want you to stop talking, but it's
yeah. And I hope that this story, that if Mikey's out there, that he's listening to this shit and he thinks about himself, and he doesn't let those shitty jobs get to him. Because you know what? There's worse things in life. My story's not the worst, but it's not the best. He needs to find that balance, Mikey.
Yeah.
Find the goddamn balance. Find some goddamn value in yourself, because when you leave here, if you don't value yourself, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you go. Yeah. You don't have any value.
Yeah, and they'll use anything they can to try and lure us in, or deceive us, whatever. Yeah, it's all deception, but it's just standing.
That's what it is,
yeah. Just stand. Look, like I talk about often on the channel. I'm sure you've heard it 1,000 times, Abraxas, how I look at the realm as a clown show, but I also understand the negative that's involved, and at the same time value what is positive and embrace that. So I can kind of keep in that center path where I'm not veering off too much into either side, and just kind of just keep my head as center as possible. I'm not worried about trucker convoys or whatever the hell's going on in the mainstream or overthrowing this place. It's just, Doesn't matter to me. Nothing matters. It's just, I just want to try and have some semblance of happy. I shouldn't say nothing matters, but I just want to have some semblance of happiness. And that's what everyone out there should try and attain. It just is what it is here. But
have you seen have you seen the movie Mutiny on the Bounty?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it though.
With Anthony Hopkins. He gets a boat taken from him, and he's the captain, and he's out in this little lifeboat with the few guys that were still loyal to him. And one of them says, "Oh well," they're like, "How the hell are we gonna make it back? We're stuck in the middle of the ocean." You know what I mean? I mean, we don't have any charts. But he's like, "Oh well, we're gonna do it by eye." And one of the guys says, "Oh well, I guess we'll have to make the best of it." And Anthony Hopkins gets pissed at him, and he's like, "Well, are you gonna make the best of it?"
There you go.
Well, you know what? If we're in hell right now, you know what? I'm gonna make this the best goddamn hell I've ever been in.
Hell yeah! We'll say
so,
hell yeah.
That's all I can do.
That's it.
Yeah, and I think that what we're seeing now is the veil is slipping away, and a lot of people are starting to question what the hell is going on here. There's something else going on here. And by consent, you're seeing the consent take place now. And, I could get into this a little bit. I don't know how you feel about the word graphene.
Yeah, it's just, but we all kind of understand the words, or most of us here have heard it. So, but yeah, the thing, yeah.
The tomb may be becoming more physical now. And, this place is starting to show itself for what it really is. And I think that the people that consent here, well, if you're going to consent here, how the hell are you going to see some djinn or something posing as your family? How are you going to not consent to them? You're consenting here. If you consent here, you're not going to have any chance of not giving your consent then. So, yeah, I'm done, man. I apologize.
No, don't apologize.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I'll leave you with one last thing.
Please.
I said that I think that I found the solution to this system. This may sound cryptic, but what I'm going to say is identify those you do commerce with here. Legal commerce, those you do legal commerce with here, make them provide you with valid state-issued driver license or other valid state-issued ID. Now, if you've looked into the law or the statutes and codes at all, you may know what I'm talking about in the matrix, the ledger, the commerce system. You do not exist in the commerce system unless you hold an all caps person and create joiner with it. Yes.
100%.
So, you know what? When somebody comes to you, look, if I came to you posing and I said, "Hey, I'm God," what are you going to tell me? You're going to tell me, "Prove it." Right? Yeah. In God we trust. Everyone else must show valid state-issued driver license. Okay?
Good point. Right. That was awesome. And there was something, just to kind of extend on that. We obviously all each have a social security number, or at least in the States. Okay, we have our names in all caps. We're born into a corporation.
Dead speak. Yes.
Yeah.
The person is not the living man unless the living man wants to be the person.
Yeah.
Yep. And well, all caps text. It's not English. It's not German. It's not Spanish. And if you think you can find a book that will articulate such thing, please let me know, because there is no book that says or that reads that all caps text is English. It's a figment of your imagination. It's the presumption of law.
Yeah.
It's like language. It's like language with the computer. To make a computer work, you have to put language in it. Well, if that computer, that living biological computer, assumes or presumes that all caps text is English, guess what? It's going to do what it thinks it's told. So, all right.
No, well said, dude. I'm 100% with you. I've gone down the same roads. I'm with you, and I'm sure many people in the chat have too. It's just kind of like the rite of passage to figure out what the hell is going on with the birth certificate, the Constitution, the country you reside in, and it's no different. It doesn't really matter where you live. And there's all these out-of-country entity states that work at the behest of the country that you live in. It's endless crap.
If you look on the government buildings, say in Saudi Arabia, Thailand, or any of these buildings, you're gonna find the all caps text.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, corporation across the board.
Mind control.
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah. Abraxas, my friend, I'm gonna shoot you a message in the private Zoom chat there with the panel, just to ask you something. But I really want to thank you for taking the time today and coming on. Really, that's tip my hat. That took a lot. That took a lot for you to do that, and I felt it.
Please just look for the things. Please look for the things that you can't see, because if you're looking for God, that's where you're going to find it. You're not going to find it in a goddamn Jeep, a Cherokee, or a Mercedes-Benz, or a fancy shiny house. All of those things are dead. You are the living. Thou is the living. The rest of it's dead. And if you find your value in external things, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
And you're going to be here forever. And you deserve it. Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize, but you deserve it, because you find your value in the external, not in the internal. You don't have that sovereignty to say, I mean something. I have meaning.
Yeah.
So how are you going to go anywhere else and have meaning? I'll look for your message, man. Right on.
100%. I mean, that's really what the core journey is. It's realizing yourself by going within and not looking at, like Abraxas said, a Mercedes or this or that. I mean, that's all part of the system that tries to drag us in. Once you start going within and allowing yourself to be a little vulnerable, a little explore and ask the big questions within yourself, and just continually just ask questions. Look. It should be a burning desire. And I know that almost everyone in the chat feels that way. That's how why we're all here. We've had these burning desires within us, and that's what's led us to continually look. Because you know why? We've been looking for so damn long, or at least me, looking for so damn long, that you kind of come to the point where you're looking, and you still in the back of your head, you're saying to yourself, something's not quite right. Meanwhile, you're working on yourself, but you keep going, keep looking. And no matter what information you run across, you'll go through it time and time again, and you say, okay, something else is missing. I'm going to keep searching. Meanwhile, the Matrix is chirping in the background. Canadian truckers and this and that. And, Joe Biden's a retard. Trump's a tar. I mean, just on and on. It's never ending. Okay. Forget all the exterior media, endless truther stuff. Just look within. Because that's going to be the helpful path outside of the Matrix. All the external shit, the savior mentality, things are going to change. Things are going to, we're going to wrap this Matrix around our fingers and show it who's boss. Everybody has to come to that on their own. And that's the only way. So, at least in my opinion, everyone's free to, feel what they want. So what we're going to do is we're going to just take a quick 5-minute break. Again, Abraxas, thank you so much, my friend. I'm really happy you came on, and feel free to stay on the panel. And we will continue in about 5 minutes. So hang in there. And if everyone on the panel can please mute their mics while we go to break, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. See you in a moment. Thank you for everyone. All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Do this at break a lot. Okay. Get down. All right. All right. Good girl. All right. Welcome back, my friends. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so let's pop back into the panel. I'll just pop the thumbnail up really quick. Going into our, well, little over the third hour. And again, I want to thank Abraxas for really coming on and sharing with us. It's really great to have him come on, and everyone else. That's great. So thank you again. All right, so let's move along, and let's see. All right, I mean, I guess everyone's kind of spoken. Jimmy, did you have anything you wanted to say? It's been a little while. Not sure if you had any thoughts in your mind. With it.
Not really. Not really. I don't have something specific to say. I mean, if anyone starts a topic, something, if something comes up, I will say.
Jump right in. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. So, Deanna, Vince, Michael, Andred, Abraxas, anybody wants to kind of take the floor? You're more than welcome. Anything on your mind?
I'm just still thinking about that story.
Yeah,
That was
me
amazing,
too.
man.
Me too.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. What an incredible story.
Yeah, I was taking quite a few notes. And it, Abraxas, just to what's going on in my head right from the beginning, and then kind of all the way through. It kind of feels like the life script thing. That's the vibe I was getting throughout the whole thing. You were so young. You felt like, let me go back to my notes here. You're filled with shock. You couldn't move. And you felt like you had no control over the situation. I mean, that kind of, and because of the age and everything else, and even despite your age, my friend, it's one of those scenarios that I don't like saying this, but it's like, in my opinion, destined to happen as part of a life script. And it's really like just messed up for me to even Like, I don't even like saying something like that because it's so sick and twisted, but kind of doesn't matter who would tell me a story like that. That's kind of where I went immediately, and it just seemed like the rest of the story kind of unfolded in that way, and it just kept building and building and just cementing the case even more. So yeah, I mean, so maybe as hard as that situation was, and as difficult as it was and still is, I'm sure, it's something that, in my opinion, was supposed to happen because of agreements made prior.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, say it, man. I didn't share the story so people wouldn't say something. I mean, I don't look. I'm a hard man, so anything anybody has to say, I put that out there for a reason.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to speak on it. Go ahead. There's nothing you can say to hurt me. I mean, I've already been hurt.
Well, yeah.
I've been hurt really bad. So it's all good. I'm good.
It's just something within me with, it's just kind of automatic, like even with the NDE'S that I go through, some of the really rough ones, it's just kind of something that just, even though I may be sarcastic at times and things like that, it's I still have compassion and empathy for the person that's going through that experience in that moment, and just spilling out the experience that they had. And so I feel the life script is right there. I mean, like a neon blinking sign. And even if, because I've run across some past life regressions where they talk about, my part of my life script was to, die in a certain way or get a certain injury at a certain rough time period. And even if someone comes and intervenes, it may not play itself out in the exact moment that perhaps it was scripted to, but it will play itself out the following week, the following day. And there will be outside interference, whether knowing or unknowing, I can't say. That's just something is impossible to say with any certainty. But I feel the life script thing is, if there is a certain way it's supposed to go down, or a certain scenario resulting in a certain way of dying, or a certain people even perhaps being present, like what happened with you, it's just going to happen. And I think the only way maybe to get out of it is to be aware. And even then, I don't even know if that's possible. I mean, I like to think that, after all these years, all of us here kind of reached this point and realizing the power of intention, the power of the creator being abilities within us, the sovereign nature of us, that we could indeed kind of change that outcome if we knew it, or just kind of blanket statement it out there, blanket intention. I'm not gonna go out that way. But even then, I don't know. I mean, because if the Matrix has a script that's put out there and there are other parties involved, who is to say that we can use our free will to prevent, let's say, 3 other beings' free wills, if they're even spirits or if they're agents of the Matrix? I don't know. I mean, so there's way too many red flags. I don't like to make assumptions, but the only thing I can really feel confident about is the life script thing. That's it.
Can I speak on that?
Sure, please do.
So, this is what's really made me appreciate your channel. I've always questioned everything since that day around me. But, there's been certain things that have happened. That was the beginning of the strange things that have happened. There's been other things, but I've always questioned everything around me. I've never been good with authority. Like somebody telling me what to do, even, to the point of my own dad. Because I felt like, well, I've experienced something that you will never know. You'll never know this. You'll never know exactly what I went through. So in terms of the life script, what really makes me appreciate this channel is that these sort of ideas come up. And then it's like, okay, well, I feel like I'm a rebel. I feel like I'm able to stand on my own, but am I really questioning everything that's happening around me? With these NDEs that you've had, and they always had something telling them that they had a mission. Well, when this thing that I experienced came and carried me through the air, well, I was still here. It didn't tell me anything about any life script or anything like that. I've never had pre-birth memories. I just always had some feeling in me, something like I want to help people, but yet a lot of times when I help people, it ends up fucking me over. So then I'm like, well, Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Maybe I should just leave them alone.
Yeah.
But your honest thoughts, I shared this because you do have so much experience with analyzing these near-death experiences and thoughts like the life script and all of this stuff. I thought that those things, as I got older and I came across Sharon last and I became familiar with the jinn idea and all this stuff, I was like, okay, that might have been the jinn that I saw. Yeah. The people like possessed by some dark energy or something. But then on the other hand, I'm thinking, okay, I've heard an idea that God is the all, the creator is the all. It's everything. And so it has nothing. It has nothing else besides itself. And I've heard the idea that the creator has broken itself into billions and billions of pieces to analyze itself, to look at itself. And, and then when you look at the carbon molecule and you see, the neutron and the proton at the nucleus, and then you see the electron, the negative, which circles around the outside. It's like, well, okay, well, I mean, these are weird thoughts, but it's like, well, maybe that's where we are. We're on the negative side because we don't want to be in the middle. We've made some agreement before, when the memory wipe happened or whatever, we made some agreement to come here to be a piece of the creator that's looking at ourselves and saying, geez, we're fucked up. There's some fucked up things that we're doing. Maybe we shouldn't do these things. I mean, maybe I'm really fucked up. Maybe it's not them. Maybe it's me. Maybe I should start looking at me and the things that I do because I'm kind of fucked up in ways. There's, I could be described as a psychopath in a way. I mean, I haven't killed anybody. I've never done anything like that. I mean, I've been close, but I've always had this passive aggressive disregard for people around me. One of the things that came out of it was that I had a problem dealing with women. Because I always felt like a woman would leave me.
Well, but like, doesn't that make sense, though?
Yes. Yeah. And so, I had to come to this realization that, okay, if a woman leaves me, so fucking what?
Yeah.
So what? I'm still here. It's still me. I still have to wake up and look at myself in the mirror and wipe my own ass and, deal with my own problems. I mean, there's nothing outside of me that I need. And I kind of relate that back to that idea that the creator is all alone and that, well, fuck, if I can't be alone, then I can't be all one. But I really appreciate your thoughts on this because that's why I share it, man. And you know what? I wrote to you and I said, hey, well, maybe my pain can help you express your pain someday. Because you know what? As I watched your channel, I heard you mention one time that you had something going on and that maybe someday you would share it. And I don't expect you to, but what I'm saying is that maybe my story can help you move a little bit closer to that. Because I think that the other people here could appreciate that. You've been like a guide for a lot of people. You've been a corner of the internet where people can come that feel like they're, you know, I came from wreckage. That's where I was born. I was no longer a little boy after that happened. I became a man. And so, but you've attracted people that are broken or seemingly broken in certain ways, and they've come here and they feel okay with being broken. And so, you know, and you know, as I'm thinking, okay, well, he's broken in a way too.
Yeah.
So, you know, but you know, this open discussion, this is a very, very frank and open discussion that takes place here about topics that are somewhat untouchable and people are afraid of. Listen, I don't fear anything here. You know what I fear most here is myself. I don't fear what you're going to do. I fear what I'm going to do. So, yeah, anyways.
No, thank you. Yeah, that's, it's, yeah, that, I almost felt like for my scenario, I was gonna do a totally dedicated video on it, but it's yeah, I know. It's for all the honesty and bluntness that comes out on this channel, there's a portion of things that I have not shared about, you know, my childhood and things, but I'm gonna still hold that for another day. But you know, yeah, thank you.
Well, it wouldn't be right if it's not natural.
Yeah.
If it doesn't come out naturally, that's why I shared with you. I wanted to share this on a Sunday because the Sunday is when my mother died. You know, it's tough to peel that scab off and show everybody that raw wound. It's tough. And, you know, that's what I was kind of writing about Mikey last night was that, look, man, if you can't accept yourself and all the fucked up shit about yourself and your experience here, then you're done. You have no hope. There's no chance of you turning away from a light tunnel at the end and creating your own world. It's just going to be another hell that you create. I mean, you're going to run from hell into a hell.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't want to be in hell, but if that's where I'm at right now, and you know, there was crazy thoughts that I had that like maybe me and my brother died. You know what I mean? Like maybe we actually died, but we just didn't realize it. Like everything that we went through, I thought my mom died and I saw her blood coming out of her neck onto the road, but maybe I'm somewhere else. Maybe I left. Like that show you were talking about, The Good Place, last night.
Yeah.
Like they didn't, I watched that a little bit. I think at first they didn't really realize where they were. And they were like, damn, what's all these weird things going on? You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, are we dead? You know, I mean, so I don't know, man. But I would, just my own view, I think that whatever comes from you, the one who has created this forum, it wouldn't be right for any of us to hear it unless it comes from you naturally. So, you know, whatever that means.
Thank you. It almost happened that day, but yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely. It's been in the back of my mind. It's something that will come out at some point. Thank you. Yeah, it's. Oof. We are. Okay. So, See, Michael's got his mic unmuted. Did you want to jump in and say anything?
Oh, I am young. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Abraxas, and especially the part about how important it is to love yourself. I mean, I already knew that, but now I feel it's even more important because you're right. You would just go from one hell to another. Because we take what we are now. We take what we are now when we die. And if you hate yourself, you're going to take that hatred with you.
It seems pretty easy. It seems pretty easy to me. I apologize.
No.
I interrupted you. It seems pretty easy to me for us to hate ourselves. I mean, that seems really easy for me. I could hate somebody else, drop of a dime. The way you comb your hair, the way you talk, or the way you dress, or what you think you are, the way you come across. It's easy for me to hate you. It's really hard for me to love you. And that's been my own struggle since that I went through what I went through. But it's not just about love. Like I wrote on this channel earlier, like I love and I hate you all. I'll give you all of me, not just a piece of me, not just part of me that's polarized. I'm going to give it all to you. And sometimes I'm going to speak some love to you. And sometimes I'm going to balance that out with some hate. That's why I started tonight by apologizing to Mikey, because Mikey was actually asking some good questions. It just seemed that it was out of balance to me and more cynical than it was positive. I mean, at least try to add some positive in there. And you know, shit, I have plenty of reason to hate myself. I have plenty of reason to have ended this on my own with my own hand all these years. But I just could never do it. There was something inside of me that was just like, nope, can't do that. And so I was like, fuck, well, I got to start learning to love myself in some kind of way. Because if I just hate, then all I'm going to get is hate here. And I don't want just hate. I want the love and the hate. I want it to be balanced. And you know, when all these crazy things, these secret societies you hear about, Freemasons and stuff, like I ran across one channel one time that was talking, you know, Freemason stuff, and it said that their secret word is equilibrium. And I was like, you know, I find value in all sorts of knowledge. I don't care if they're Freemasons, the free and accepted Masons, whatever it is, they've probably done some fucked up shit. You know, I mean, they do these weird rituals, the Baphomet, you know, Jabulan, all of this stuff that people say they worship. They do these secret societies, the Eastern Star, you know, all this stuff, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to close off somebody's knowledge because I'm just going to say, oh, I'm just going to write them off to all one thing. I'm going to pull those things out of there that I find valuable, the things that I can use to help me on my journey. And if I close them off, then I'm closing myself off.
Absolutely. It's you got to look at the deepest crevices of everything and anything. Take what has the value and piss on the rest.
I mean, I even got into this thing, you know, I did this thing, you know, about 4 or 5 years ago now, Blood Over Intent, some dude down here named Mark Braun in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, his old channel was called Quasi Luminous. And you know what? The dude's calling himself Satan and all this shit. You know what? He talked about elementals, little thoughts and ideas that are out there. And he captured that with his blood. And now Satan's working for his ass. And I'm like, well, fuck, you know, that's where Abraxas comes from. I'm not the man is not Abraxas. Abraxas is just an idea. And he talks about writing into the matrix with our blood, the 144,000. Now, you know, he said he was going to go to the North Pole and that's where the exit is and all this shit. You know, I mean, it never happened. You know, I mean, you know, a lot of these things, you know, we see don't pan out. But the North Pole, what I've come to think is the North Pole's in my head. I mean, I'm a fractile of this universe and all this stuff, right? You know, hell is down in the coccyx in the lower nether regions, and you know, the heart is the green chakra and all this stuff, right? You know, all these ideas, these have all ran through my head, and I've got into all these crevices. You know, what are these Satanists into? What are they looking at? You know, Anton LaVey and all this shit. You know, and it's like, okay, these motherfuckers are bound to some stuff that is putting them out of balance.
Yeah.
And this equilibrium kept coming back to me. And that's where I'm at these days. That's why I feel closer to myself, because I live in Oviedo, Florida now. And I feel like, this may sound dumb, but I feel like things are more real here now for some reason. I don't know how to say it. Like, I smell things more, and I hear things more, and I taste things more. And I'm like, wow, what is going on? You know, but I'm rambling.
You're not living up a mile high anymore. That helps.
But yeah, you know,
You're down towards sea level now.
Sea level with the C, the I, right? The one I, sea level. But the my L is high, mile high. My L is high. My L that comes from that pineal gland, right? And that's what's happening in this world. We're in my view, we're seeing the flesh sacks around us. They don't have any value. They're falling into the dead things. Their L is not high. Their L is low. They don't value it. They're finding their value in the external. And yeah, it's great to have a nice car, have a gold chain, you know, some cash, some fiat money in the bank, whatever it is. You know what I mean? But you know, all these little conspiracy rabbit holes that are out there, you know, the silent weapons for quiet wars, we see that taking place right now. The shock test, right, where they attach the gun to the aluminum frame and they fire the gun and they see the vibrations that go through it and they measure that. You know, we're seeing all that stuff happen, and there are people who are running. They're looking for that external savior. They're running to find it. You know, and they're getting it, but what is it doing to them now? You know, I don't know. I never had the proclivity to. I mean, you know, with skirting the edge here, Mark. Be tested or injected. Not me. Nope. Never. I've never been tested or injected with anything. And I'm fine. I'm good. I have what I need. It was already put inside me when I came out of that womb, that matrix that my mother was. I had everything I needed right there. Now, was it a life script that I'm living? Is it a soul trap? Well, potentially, you know, the Saturn moon matrix, you know, the Ishtar egg, you know, the little rabbit up there stirring the elixir of life, you know what I mean? All this stuff, you know, these ideas are out there. Well, you know, we've never seen another face of the moon. That should strike people as strange. You know what I mean? Why is it? I mean, for time immemorial, we've only seen one face of the moon. And it turns like a clock. It turns like a clock, right? And it's like, you know, all these little things, these little glitches or these things that seem to be off. That just tells me I don't have the answer, but what it tells me is there's something else happening here. And I think that's why we're seeing all of the chaos happening now, because whoever it is, whatever it is, that's kind of running this place. It knows that we know that it knows that we know. So it's like, you know, it's starting to say, oh man, you know, we're gonna have to get this stuff under control. You know, in the Bible they talk about the flood and all this stuff. Some people, Sharon Last, you know what? Anybody on here that has not experienced Sharon Last, you're missing out. The Golden Web, okay, the Golden Web series.
Great series.
Commerce. Yes, Commerce, the Law of the Sea. When you start getting into metonymy, the word metonymy, that's the way that I think. And it's kind of weird because, like, I feel a little bit retarded because when somebody says, you know, a word to me, I'm like, well, hold on a minute. This word can mean anything. What does it mean to them? You know what I mean?
Right to the etymology.
Yeah. Etymology. Metonymy, though, is where you can say a word and you can suggest multiple ideas subconsciously into somebody's mind, and they won't even really know that you did it. And I think that's what's happening. People, you know, this universal law that you were talking about, what I've come to know it as is lesser magic. Lesser magic. It's basically, I'm gonna screw you over, but I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna screw you over, and I might say it in a way that you don't really comprehend. But look, if you never ask me what I mean, that's your fault. And that's what's happening. People are going for stuff that they never investigate. You know, what's in it? And I'm not gonna go any further than that, but I'm gonna say I think that we all know what's in it. That's a basic question. What is in it? Nobody knows, but hey, give it to me. I need it. I want it. It's going to help me. What's in it? What's in it?
Isn't it interesting that the most educated people are the ones that are falling the hardest for it? I'm talking people with PhDs, master's degrees, the most educated, and it's those dumb morons in Alabama or East Texas that are saying, "Hell no, I'm not taking that shit."
Yeah, it's interesting.
And most of them either have a high school education, if that, and they've got more sense than a PhD.
I went to college for one semester. Has anybody ever heard
Same
of hypoxia?
Here.
Has anybody ever heard of hypoxia? You know, I was at Disney World when I came down here, and I'm watching a cartoon, and Goofy and Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, they're under the water, and Mickey and Donald go out into the ocean, right? And they come across these mermaids and stuff. This sounds kind of dumb, right? But it's really telling. And they come across these mermaids, and they're like, ooh, and they're like all in love and this and that. And Goofy's sitting in there, and he has the oxygen blocked off from them. And he's like, oh, man. And he's reading the book, and he says, lack of oxygen makes it hard to think. And then he's like, oh, no, the hose is kinked. And he unkinks it, and guess what it is? It's the Kraken that they're hugging up on. You know what I mean? So that's what's taking place around us. And I think that, you know, if you're searching for that external savior, I'm sorry, whatever religion you may, if you think Satan's going to come protect you, or Jesus, some people say they're both the same character, okay? Or Buddha or this man, something outside of you is going to come and save you. Well, save you for what? Save you for another day? Save you to use you? Save you to take advantage of you? Save you to hurt you? Well, I don't need your saving. I don't need that. And that's where I have the strength to turn away. And it was given to me by something that I think was dots of light. Maybe it was me. I don't know. I don't know at this point. But I know this, that when this flesh dies, I'm going to be like, well, hold up a minute. Now what? Now what? If I see my grandma or my mom or my dad or anybody, I'm going to be like, hold up a minute. This is not correct. Okay, I don't need you to lead me anywhere. I know where I'm going. And if that's just right here where I'm at, wherever that is, then I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I don't need your saving. But yeah, anyways, hypoxia. It's a basic thing. It's common knowledge.
Wow. So you experienced that?
What
Hypoxia? Did you, or was it from just a cartoon? Did you ever experience it?
I read it in the book.
Okay.
Look it up. Hypoxia.
Don't you like shrivel up, losing oxygen or something like that?
It's lack of oxygen to your body. Hypoxemia is lack of oxygen to your organs, if I remember correctly. I mean, you know what? I'm going to go with the oxygen.
I think you're right. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
I'm good with the oxygen. I don't need something that I don't know what it is. If I don't know what it is, I don't want it.
All right.
Well, there's definitely a lot of people not getting enough oxygen these days. They're wearing a certain something over their face all the time. Of course, that's probably been done by design.
Mm-hmm.
I feel sorry. I feel sorry for these people that have to wear those things 8 hours a day on the job. I don't know how they do it.
They're scared shitless.
I know, but I just don't know how they physically
I don't know how they do it either.
I don't know how they. I mean, after 15 minutes, hell, sometimes even after just 4 or 5 minutes, I can't take it.
Yeah.
But, please stop me, Mark, if I say something incorrect or skirting the edge. But if anybody's ever heard of the Internet of Bodies, what's strange is my career has been, for 22 years. I ended up my person was terminated from employment. I was in telecommunications for 22 years. And so I know about modems and routers and I came across graphene about 8-9 years ago. This Iranian guy said that he discovered graphene and it could provide free energy to the world, and he was going to submit it to all the governments. Well, now when I look, it says that graphene was discovered 15 years ago or something by these two guys that I never even heard of. And I was like, and this guy, this Iranian guy, disappeared. And I'm like, well, where the heck did he go? You know what I mean?
Damn.
I think that the Matrix is becoming real right now. We're going to actually see the Matrix before our eyes.
100% agree. Yeah.
With these senses that we have, it's not going to be a question anymore of whether or not it's here. We're going to see it, and those who can't see it, they're never going to see it. They're going to be in it. and those of us who do see it, you know, who knows where we're going to go? There's somewhere else, or maybe this is it, and there's just, you know, going to be. I hate to be cold like this, but like cattle or human cattle, chattel, literally walking around us that are they're trapped in a matrix that we know is there, and we can't help them because they consented to be there. They wanted to be there. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, weird ideas.
Yeah, no, not weird at all. I think that's the whole transhumanism aspect of where things are headed are pretty blatant, almost, undeniable. And then if you kind of think about, I know I've talked about this before with the old artwork, tons and tons of it, Egypt, India, China, and beyond. We see these, mutated humans, half human, half bird, all sorts of different. I mean, and there is endless examples of this, wild ass sea creatures, everything and anything you could think of. I think we're just going into another version of it. And it's right on our back doorstep. And it's all about, extending human life, which in turn extends the soul trap and makes a spirit less capable of critical thinking, and just questioning anything and everything. And it's easy to see that that's where things are headed. I mean, the metaverse stuff, I can't believe the metaverse stuff is unfolding before our eyes. I mean, I do, but I don't. The whole brain chip thing, with Musk being, he's looked at as this savior being, which is just incredible to me. Considering just what a pile of shit he is and liar. And people just think he's just the cat's meow.
Speaking of that, of course, all this controversy with Joe Rogan right now on Spotify. I find it interesting. I live here in Austin. And of course, Rogan came here about 1.5 years ago, right about the same time Elon Musk relocated here too. And of course, he's building a big, huge Tesla factory. I think it's already almost done now. But anyway, Rogan, of course, is in trouble because he's not going along with the you-know-what, which I can't say.
Sadly, I'm sorry.
But he and Elon Musk are friends. They're buddies. So watch what happens with that relationship.
Yeah, when the agenda goes to full steam, he'll be rolled out again.
And I almost think that right now they're kind of spanking Rogan's hands right now, but they're kind of winking at him too, maybe because we got bigger plans for you. We're gonna have you get on board with, because he's already kind of fascinated. I've heard him talk about a little bit the prolonging life, and we'll be able to replace organs with artificial organs that'll extend your life. But I tell you what,
he does what he's told.
That is something that people better not take that deal. People better not take a synthetic heart or synthetic whatever, liver, or the brain. Certainly don't take the brain implants, because you'll end up being trapped here in a physical body for a very, very long time.
Yeah, hundreds, if not 1,000 plus years.
And you think we're in a trap right now? That is going to be a much worse trap, because it's almost like you can't be killed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you won't. I'll just commit suicide. No, because they'll have control of your mind, and you won't ever consider committing suicide. They won't allow it. You get mangled in a horrible accident, they can just piece you right back together, because they'll have the means to do it. You'll have nanobots flowing through your bloodstream, which is a big reason why they're pushing these. The thing I can't say. It comes in a syringe.
Self-repair.
These they're injecting people already with that shit. The nanobots are going in.
I mean, that's
already.
Yeah.
It's already happening. I mean,
it's a prep course.
Yeah, and that's why they're saying, "Oh, get a third one, get a fourth one." Mm-hmm. It's going to be annual. Yeah.
All right, so we'll walk away from that conversation.
We're skirting the edge there. Yeah. I think someone else wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to go to session. It's great to have you on again tonight. Hope you're doing well.
Hello. I wasn't going to call in, but I was hearing Abraxas talk about his story growing up, and he had mentioned about how basically what I was going to say was my life has been very, I would say, not tragic, but I have suffered a lot of abuse, and I know where he's coming from, because I mean, my family, my parents were very physically abusive towards me. And I, for years, I couldn't understand what I did to deserve that. And it kind of fits in with, I think, what's going on with this matrix is it's almost like when we come to this place, it feels like we're purposely punished, and things do purposely try to really hurt us. And but because of that, that's what's led me to this point of searching for the truth with everything. But my dad, he was actually charged with child abuse when I was 12 or 13. It was one of the ages, and he was arrested, and it was a really big deal in our family. And one of the things they told me that really hit me hard was they said that God, he didn't love me because of what I did, because I had talked to somebody, and that led to my dad getting arrested for child abuse. And, when you hear stuff like that as a kid, it kind of makes you step back and think, well, if God is like this, then maybe he is that abusive, figure. Sure. And so I know where he's coming from. I didn't really have much to say. It was just that I felt that when he was talking, I felt that pain because I've been there,
And we can, I'm so sorry that happened, and you don't deserve that. And sadly, I think, you kind of hit it on the head with how you described it, and I can even revert again to what I talked about with Abraxas, and it's, there is no excuse for this shit, but there may possibly be an explanation with the stupid parasitic life script. All right, that's the only. In the things with the past life regressions, how we see, you'll be a member of a soul group, and someone you may have once, been married to, husband, wife, might have had children, whatever, may play the opposite role where, you know, you were in love last lifetime, but you come back down this lifetime and you're the polar opposite. You're the thorn in the side, or the abuser, or whatever the case may be. And again, there's no excuse for this shit. It's just about having an open conversation about the more than likely possibility that this is where it kind of all feeds to. And then it kind of piggybacks off of karma as well. We can, you know, perceived karma, the sinning judgment, shame of something that, yeah, you may have done, or we may have done something screwed up in a prior lifetime, carries over. Well, you know, you just die, and just imagine yourself dying in that past lifetime, and then, well, what happens? You go to the life review, you fall for the same old bullshit like we have, and then they say, hey, well, you know, you weren't too good this last lifetime, so, you know, now you've got to be on the receiving end of the suffering because of the suffering that you caused in the lifetime you just came from. It's really twisted, diabolical stuff. And I'll just admit that, you know, I've reached a point with all of this that there's just too much there to just kind of say, oh, you know. I mean, when we really look at it, I'd like to ask everyone honestly, does it, I mean, I'm not saying that it is excusable. I keep saying that, but I think that goes without saying, but I'm going to keep saying it. It's not excusable, but it's a more understandable reasoning as to why this is all happening. Not excusable. It's sick and twisted, and everyone's lost in the process, being mind wiped. And, you know, there's all the things that occur that are down here, and then if you throw in this, you know, a twisted soul along with a twisted life script, and come back down here, well, unfortunately, you may end up being on the bad end of things, in all various different ways. It doesn't even have to mean that you did something bad. It could even be something as crazy, because this is another thing we see at the past life regressions. We see how, you know, okay, well, you have, for instance, I think it was, there was a woman with Newton's regressions, and I think she had worked, you know, brace yourself, I think it was either 5,000 years or 5,000 lifetimes. She just strictly worked on empathy. That's all she worked on. So even, it doesn't even necessarily mean that someone did anything bad. It just could mean that, okay, well, you know, you've checked off this stupid list that they have up there. Okay, you worked on empathy, you worked on compassion, blah, 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 blah. And then, okay, well, now you've got to know what it's like to feel pain, or, you know, deep pain, or abandonment, or whatever the case may be. So, I mean, there's all different kinds of ways that this can come about, but there's really no way of knowing truly where it roots from, specifically in relation to you and the soul group, and, you know, teachers and council, quote unquote, council of elders, all that stuff. I mean, it's a perfect storm, and there's really no way to know for certain where it all leads from. But I think the one prominent thing we can look at to make some sense of this is in the life script. And again, I'll just say that none of this is excusable, and Session, you did not deserve that at all. And my heart goes out to you.
I just wanted to tell Abraxas that I think some of us really get the raw end of the deal when we come into this place. And I know my life's been full of lots of emotional pain, but if the lesson, I feel like at this point, my gosh, if I haven't learned whatever it was that I came down in this lifeline to learn, or whatever, that I've learned that lesson plus many, many, many more. And I feel like I can't do this again. Like, there's no way, because I feel like my spirit just can't handle. I'm done here. I'm done with this place, because I've gone through so much this last go around that I'm just like, I can't do this, and I won't do it again. And I think that's what's brought me to this point. I said, this is insane. I will not do this again. Yeah. So that was all I wanted to say. That was it.
Thank you for sharing.
Can I respond?
Yeah, please do. I just wasn't sure if you were away.
Session, thank you for your kind words. I could say, without going into too much detail, that my brother actually went through that, not with my father, but with somebody else, some random dude. We grew up in a bar. I grew up in a bar since I was 3 years old, and my brother was there too. About a year after the wreck, that happened to my brother. He was kidnapped and by some man. So he's had to. I know I think I have a sense of the type of pain that causes now in terms of a family. That's a whole other can of worms, But my brother's actually dealt with that as well since he was 4 years old, and just a year after my mother died. And FC, just to maybe throw a curveball here, and this is a screwed up thought, but what if we get to the end and we pull that curtain back and we find out we did this to ourselves?
Thinking,
what if it was us? What if it was me?
I think
did this to myself.
That's crossed my mind, and I leave it on the table. But I mean, I think we've all played a role, no matter how you slice and dice it. We've all played a role in propping up this realm and the attached astral realms, but there's still something at the top that has some sort of chain of command, I believe. I mean, theoretically, we could have manifested this entire thing into reality and given this thing at the top that type of control for whatever screwed up reason. So I think everything's on the table with that.
I agree. I think also too, to really be honest, it's not really even the pain that I've experienced in life, but what hurts me even more, and actually the biggest reason why I don't ever want to come back to this place is the suffering that I see other people go through. That actually bothers me more than even the stuff that I've gone through. I hear stories like Abraxas' story, and I just think, oh my gosh, this is why I am done with this place. And I truly can say that when I leave this physical body, my spirit is done. Like I am never coming back here. And I mean that.
Good.
Because I've seen enough suffering just hearing and seeing it that I have no desire to be a part of this place in any which way, shape, or form. And that I believe that my spirit will be at peace when I depart from here, because I know that I have no desire to come back. And I just hope that everyone else can find that peace inside that I'm slowly finding in myself, and that I'm a free spirit and I will be free from this place. And so I'm going to get off of here because I got to run and do some things, but I just wanted to thank you guys for the show, and I'm enjoying it. Bye.
Thank you, Shashan.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming on tonight. Let's see. All right, we can go maybe another 20, 30 minutes tops. So if anyone has any closing thoughts or anyone wants to join in or say anything, they're more than welcome. Vince, I don't know if you're sleeping or not, my friend, but I know it's late where you are, but if you have anything to share, you're more than welcome. It's been a while.
No, I am here listening.
Okay.
Nothing special to say right now.
Sure.
I don't know. It's we heard some powerful testimonies tonight. I was very moved by the Abraxas story, and I don't even know what to take from it. Unless maybe that it confirms some stuff, that this reality is horror, is horrific. I mean, yeah. But that's about it. Yeah. It's terrible what's happening. Trauma and childhood traumas and sometimes adulthood traumas. It's traumatic in every way possible for pretty much everyone. And I don't see what we are supposed to learn from that. And many people don't even have the opportunity to learn anything. Like millions upon millions of stillborn, what do they learn? Or babies die every day. What did they learn? What was the script exactly?
I think the only thing we have to learn here is that we got scammed. Just the minute we walked into this reality.
Yeah, maybe the only thing to learn is that there is nothing to learn here, and just move on.
Yeah, it was just a prank, bro.
Yeah, we are being pranked.
Just a prank.
Yeah, good joke, man. Thank you for the prank.
I have to blow it up. Okay. Yeah. Just a prank. Sick fucking prank.
You've been pranked.
And I guess now is the time to say, through as insane and as messed up as this realm is, we were talking about the center path. Try to align with the center path as much as possible, where you can, weave in and out of both ends of the spectrum and still enjoy the day to day. And part of, I say this all the time, part of the way I get through this is looking at it as a clown world. It doesn't deserve respect. It doesn't deserve your energy. It doesn't deserve you to fight for it or this or that. It's all, it's dying for your attention. It wants to suck you in, and me and everybody else here wants everybody to just give it all that attention and love and make it think all this stuff matters, when all that really matters is how you're going to do you. And yeah, you have your family, you have your friends, you have your pets, you have your loved ones, partners, husband, wife, and just enjoy it as best you can. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They
A
want
sick
us.
joke. It's not a good joke. There are very bad clowns. Bad clowns.
Yeah,
They're
bad
not
clowns.
funny.
Yeah, a lot of bad clowns. Yeah, 100%. But they want
They
you
want-
to take them really serious, because they put out all the bullshit to try and suck us in. They want us to take it serious, and it's a clown show. But
Yeah, exactly. They want us to be lost in the sauce with the rest,
lost in the sauce. Yeah.
with the rest of
Yeah.
the people that are lost in the sauce, and just keep on losing ourselves in the sauce. Just that.
Lindley just says, yes, there was nothing to learn. It was just a prank. Oh, sick. So sick.
But usually pranks don't involve so much suffering.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That's the issue.
I agree. I
But,
agree.
yeah.
On a more serious note, yes, for sure. Okay, so yeah, we can still go a few minutes if you guys want. The Zoom, for anyone in the chat that may want to pop on before we check out for the night, you're more than welcome. It's in the pinned comment. All you gotta do is click the link for the Zoom meeting. You do need a registered account, which all you have to do is sign up at Zoom, .com or whatever, .us. Yeah, Zoom, zoom.us. And I think you just have to verify your email through them, and then you can pop right on. So anyone that wishes to call in last minute before we close out for the night is more than welcome. In the meantime, Michael, Abraxas, Jimmy, Vince, anything, you're more than welcome. The floor is yours.
Nothing special here.
I just want to say that I have put a lot of thought, and I still do, and I will continue to do it. About the exit plan. I mean, about what to do, what's the best thing to do after the bodily death. And I honestly can't think of a better thing other than creating our own portal, shielding up and creating our own, going into our own reality, maybe creating our own hole or portal or something like that. Yeah, I can't think of something better than that, honestly.
Same here. I mean, I just can't think of, I can't, there's really no other, I've racked my head on this for a long time, and I just see that there's one option. It's sovereignty, liberation, and the intention to have that at all times, be protected, and the intention to leave this matrix and the entire system related to it.
Yeah.
And do our own. That's it.
Exactly.
Simple
and
stuff.
It might be even more easier. I mean, just with the intention, just boom, teleporting into our own reality, somewhere outside us, into our own void or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I can't think of something better, something else.
I just feel, I mean, I feel like I could think of, like, we can have this amazing, kind of like that, what's his name? That parasite Rick from the Astral Club who conned that poor trucker out from his guy. The man was having a good old time, just alone, solo, doing his thing. A cottage by a lake, left alone. I mean, that seems nice, right? But when you realize you're still in the matrix or have matrix components, it's a little, it's just the risk is not, is too much. I'd rather play it as safe as possible than run any risk of anything being up for grabs or any manipulation.
It's true. Thank you, Abraxas. Thank you. And if we are limitless after the moment our body dies,
mm-hmm.
after we exit this body, then if we are limitless, then it's over. It's just over,
Mm-hmm.
Just that,
Yeah, thank you, Abraxas. It was great having you on tonight, brother, and look forward to talking to you more in the future. All right, so probably wrap it up unless Michael has anything to say. All right, my friends, it's been fun. It's been a while, it's been a mix of emotions all over the place, and but these types of discussions are how we get to some of the answers or potential answers but for sure get to our liberation and sovereignty and playing the safest option we can so that we're just gonna play it safe. That's the best thing we can do. Everyone has to make their own decision, but the reason why I say we is because I know a lot of us are kind of in the same boat with all this. But I don't like speaking for people either, or those who are on the fence or kind of in the middle of all this and still trying to find their way. And that's not who I am. That's not what this channel represents. Everyone has to, again, do their own research, take some of what's here and go out and see if you find it on your own. And I have no doubt if you do enough digging, you'll see a lot of what's discussed on this channel on your own. So even though we have this great community and everything else, I always stressed for everyone to do their own research. And this channel should just kind of act as a stepping stone or continuation of your own research to prove what's going on here to yourself. And I think we saw some really deep examples tonight. And you know, what's going on here is sick. Okay. That's the bottom line. And anyone who wants to excuse things away and just excuse here, excuse there, all this stuff, it's just enough. I mean, I think the reason why things are so strong between many of us here is that we all see it, we're all sick of it, and we all don't want to screw up and come back here or be a cog in the wheel of the matrix when our time comes. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think that's about it. Really quickly, if anyone's interested, I do have channel memberships where we have a live stream together once a month. It's usually on a Saturday or Sunday every 3 to 4 weeks. And then I also have 2 YouTube backup channels. Can't stress enough to, if you enjoy the channel, to go and subscribe and hit the bell with all notifications for those 2 channels, because I don't publish anything on those 2 channels. They're just sitting there parked. You're not going to get bothered. And I don't plan to really do anything with them unless I need to, but maybe down the road that'll change. But you know, you see, most of you see this channel. I only do live streams, you know, a couple times a week, and that's it. So you're not going to get bombarded with messages. I also have an ODYSEE channel where I do on occasion do platform exclusive interviews. I also opened up a DLIVE account as an alternative, just kind of putting everything out there just in case something ever happens here. There's also a Twitter, Instagram, and occasionally I'll play some Assassin's Creed on Twitch. Not really big in the video games, but I do like the Atlantis aspect to it for the truth-seeking opportunities, and even saw some mind wipe stuff in there, and was anyways, so feel free to just check the description if you'd like to find me over on those areas. And yeah, this community does rock. It does.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yeah, it's been great. Oh, you know, I'm sorry. I just want to say really quick before I go, I want to thank all of the members who did. Oops, let me try and find this here. The members who have joined the Last Timers Club, the 432 Hertz, PKOSB, MC1117, Michael Daniel, Noah, Tom S., Laura Lee, Bear Christ, Glitch in the Matrix, Sugar Seas, JJ Mormon, Donna Gay, Shannon Jones, Vegan Skeptic, Miss Ellie, Lone Traveler, Lindley, T, and AA. Thank you all so much for your continued support. And remember, as far as anything goes financial on this channel, I know we're all going through our thing. It's never expected, but always appreciated. And so feel free to check the memberships if that's something you're interested in. It's just kind of a way of having a more personal interaction, and also some added information. But as far as anything important goes, like as it pertains to the Soul Trap and everything else, it's not for sale. It'll always be free. But it's there. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your time. I know we've had a long stream yesterday, a long stream today. And just as a quick reminder, we have Wayne Bush coming back for the next 4 weeks. That will be February 12th. These are all on Saturday. February 12th, 19th, 26th, and the 5th. So that's 4 shows with Wayne. And I believe we have a tentative interview, and we'll be doing with Dan from the Overwatch channel. And that will, right now it seems like we're going to be on Sunday the 13th or the 20th. I got to double check with him. But so yeah, that will be a lot of fun. There's a lot to come. So hang in there, and let me just pop this up really quick. Where the heck did it go? All right. Much love and blessings to you all. Hope you all have a good week. Stay safe out there. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.